Thank you. Naveed, please start the 2-minute clock. Are there any members of the public wishing to address? Please keep your conversations down, please. Thank you. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the Housing Authority on items on the consent calendar? And comments must be restricted to items on the consent calendar only. Please either present a speaker's card and place it in the box located to the left of the extended dais, or raise your hand virtually if you wish to address the Housing Authority. I will allow 2 minutes for cards to be placed in the speaker's box, or anyone participating virtually to raise their hand. So we're waiting for 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. The time to place a speaker's card in the box or raise hands virtually is now closed. Staff, are there any speakers or virtual speakers that we have?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 2 speakers virtual.
Okay, go ahead, call the first one, and you have 3 minutes.
Daniel, 27, go ahead. Madam Chair, it's very possible that these folks are here for the next meeting.
Okay, right. How about the second speaker?
So, Jessica Goldberg, go ahead.
Hi, yes, I was signing on to talk about the waterfront police station. Am I early?
Okay, yeah. So we'll call you later when we convene the regular meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so there are no other speakers. Do any... Okay.
No.
Does any member of the Housing Authority wish to remove anything from the consent calendar? If not, I need a motion to approve the agenda and the consent calendar.
I offer that we approve the agenda and the consent calendar.
Thank you. Please vote. Do we do a voice vote? Dawn?
I don't think we can use the voting voice vote.
Okay. Let's do a voice vote. Please call the roll.
All right, so I will start with Board Member Loretta Diaz,
Yes.
Board Member Meissner,
Yes.
Vice Chair Liga,
Yes.
Board Member Beau,
Yes.
Board Member Brown,
Yes.
Board Member Arriola.
Aye.
Motion carried with the chair absent and Commissioner Gordon absent.
Yeah, Chair McConnell is recused due to a conflict. Okay, good, thank you. Okay, Secretary Abramson, will you please announce the item? And while you're doing that, Naveed will start the 2-minute clock. Go ahead, Don.
Item is a public hearing and approval.
This item is a public hearing and approval of the annual Public Housing Agency Plan for fiscal year 22-23.
Okay, all right. Are there any, let's see, we'll do the presentation first, interim
Yes, I'll introduce.
City Manager Gillian, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Housing Authority. Tonight,
Our new housing supervisor is home sick, so we're going to have Chari fill in, and her and I can tag team this presentation tonight about our budget moving forward. So Chari, are you there?
Gillian, I think Shanessa's here to present.
Okay, great. So we've got Shanessa and Chari and myself available. So Shanessa, are you in the room? We can't hear you. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Are you able to hear me?
We can barely hear you. Can you speak up just a little?
Yes, I'll try.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shanessa Williams. I'm the Housing Specialist Supervisor, excuse me, of the Vallejo Housing Authority. On Tuesday, March 29th, the Vallejo Housing Authority hosted a resident advisory board meeting to present the annual plan. If you can move to the next slide, please. The resident advisory board are members and individuals who are current participants of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The role of a member of the RAB is to assist the Vallejo Housing Authority in the development of its annual public housing agency plan by making recommendations that may be used to amend or modify the PHA plan. Next slide, please. The purpose of the PHA plan. The annual PHA plan is a comprehensive guide that provides information for interested parties to locate basic PHA policies, rules, and requirements concerning the PHA's operations, programs, and services. It informs HUD, families served by the Housing Authority, and members of the public of the Housing Authority's mission, goals, and objectives for serving the needs of low-income families. Next slide, please. The Vallejo Housing Authority has several programs that we are administering. The Housing Choice Voucher Program is the federal government's largest program for assisting low-income families, including the elderly and the disabled, to afford decent, safe, and sanitary housing in the private market. The Housing Authority partners with property owners and managers to assist over 2,000 low-income families. The Vallejo Housing Authority receives its funding for the HCV program from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The Vallejo Housing Authority programs are the HCV program, which is otherwise known as the Section 8 program, Family Self-Sufficiency, or FSS, Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing, or VASH, Home Ownership, and Project-Based Vouchers. The Vallejo Housing Authority receives funding from HUD to subsidize rents for program participants who rent from private landlords. The Housing Authority currently has an allocation of 2,267 vouchers. The FSS program is a goal-oriented program with a participant commitment of 5 years. Its purpose is to enable the family to move toward economic independence and self-sufficiency. FSS assists HCV participants in attaining job goals. Families may remain on the HCV program whether or not they complete their 5-year goal. The Vallejo Housing Authority operates a maximum program size of up to 50 FSS participants. Our next program is VASH, and it combines the HCV program rental assistance for homeless veterans with case management and clinical services provided by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The Housing Authority currently holds 81 VASH vouchers. The Home Ownership Program allows families that are assisted under the HCV program to use Section 8 payments, assist with monthly home ownership expenses. The Vallejo Housing Authority currently has 10 participants for this program. The Housing Authority is not taking any additional participants at this time because HUD no longer provides additional funding to support the administration of the program.
Jeez, it's harsh.
Project-based vouchers help to pay rent in privately owned rental housing, but only in specific privately owned buildings. The assistance stays with the specific unit. It is not currently portable. The Housing Authority has one project-based contract that serves 24 families at the Avion Glen Apartments. The revision of the annual plan from fiscal year 2021 to 2022. The Housing Authority utilized COVID-19 waivers that were provided by HUD since its last annual plan submission. The waivers permitted the following: completion of remote annual recertifications, alternative means to verify income, delays in conducting inspections due to social distancing requirements. The Housing Authority's objective is to establish additional affordable housing to service Vallejo residents in neighborhoods that offer more opportunities and resources. Our new activity for the annual Public Housing Agency Plan for fiscal year 2022-23. The Vallejo Housing Authority is working with the Sacramento Street Apartments. We have identified an increased need in the city for more affordable housing opportunities. At the Sacramento Street Apartments, there will be 74 project-based vouchers that will be administered by the Housing Authority at the new Eden Housing Development on Sacramento Street for homeless Vallejo residents. There will be studio 1, 2, and/or 3-bedroom units available for eligible participants. The eligibility requirements include income eligibility, a homeless status, criminal background checks, and household compositions. The Housing Authority, in conjunction with the development, will open a site-based waiting list. For the Sacramento Street Apartments, construction began in December of 2021, and we anticipate that the tenant selection process will begin in September of 2022, and are hoping to lease up the units with the move-in complete in January of 2023. Next slide, please. I wanted to add, at the Sacramento Street Apartments, there will also be on-site case management, mental health services, healthy food programs, and money management programs for the residents. So during our meeting on Tuesday, March 29th, the Resident Advisory Board's top 3 priorities that they would like the Housing Authority to address for all of its participants were: 1, to improve communication to participants by diversifying methods. So we do have kiosks that will be present in our lobby as soon as the constructions are done. We'll update tenants with new program requirements by mailings and updating our Housing Authority website. The RAD members would also like to see an increase in participation in the FSS program, and for us to also look for alternative funding for the HCV home ownership program. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Is there anything else, Gillian?
No, I'd just like to add that although we are small, we are mighty in the Housing Division, and they're doing a great job. Our staff is working much overtime, trying to keep things afloat and implementing all these great programs for the community. So if anybody in the community has any desire to learn more about the VASH or the Section 8 program or any of these things, please do reach out to the Housing Authority. You can Google Shanessa Williams or myself, Gillian Hayes, and we can connect you with the correct person for the program you're interested in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to have 2 minutes for comments. I'm going to declare the public hearing open. And we'll have 2 minutes clock for speakers virtually or in person. Okay. No, there's none. These are all for the other meeting. Are there any questions from board members? Yes, Board Member Luera Diaz.
Yes, hi Gillian. I have a couple of questions. For the Sacramento Street apartments, what percentage of the people that will be occupying these apartments will be considered Vallejo residents? That's my first question. And then what's the referral process? How are we going to be having these people referred? And then the last question is, will there be a preference for families or veterans to fill these apartments and studios?
So our project-based voucher program will be applicable to Sacramento Street. That's all low-income residents here in Vallejo. So they would just go through the housing division, our normal Section 8 process. I don't know, this project doesn't prioritize families or veterans, but we do have veteran vouchers. So if veterans apply, they can throw their hat in the ring as well. We are going to start this process a lot earlier than normal. We're going to start it within the next 3 months so that we can get the information out to the public and get people prepared 6 months ahead of when the units will be ready to occupy.
Okay. Any questions or comments from board members? Board Member Arriola?
Yeah, I think this
The RAB, Resident Advisory Board,
is a step in the right direction. I mean, it's not going, they've got very lofty goals, and they've admitted to that, and to, the 75% homelessness achievement by the year 2023 is mind-blowing how that's even going to happen. But I know that the partners that I think a couple of my colleagues here, the 2x2 is involved in this program. And so anyway, I'm excited that we've got a good partner, not only with the county, but in the region as well. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Just a question, Gillian. So you said 3 months from now, and you'll start taking applications, so that I'm looking at July 2022. And they would just contact your office? Is that what they would do? Okay.
Yes, and the units we're hoping that they will be ready to be occupied in January 2023.
Okay, good. Thank you. Board Member Brown.
Thank you. Commissioner Gordon just contacted me and asked could she speak on the subject.
So our city attorney is not here, but
Okay.
Commissioner Gordon did call in and got an excused absence for being sick.
Right.
Here she is. Thank you.
I guess she was asking about this item specifically, I guess. Yes, as a community member.
So Commissioner Gordon can speak this evening as a member of the public, but cannot participate in the meeting as a commission member, primarily, of course, because it wasn't noticed for her to participate from a remote location, and the remote location that she is at would not, under today's circumstances, allow attendance. So with that, but if she wants to speak as a member of the public, not as a member of the commission, that certainly can happen during your public time for this agenda item.
Okay, good. Thank you, Attorney Neb.
You're welcome.
So we're going to call her as soon as, are you complete with your comments?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes, thank you.
Good. So the 2-minute clock is completed. Can we call on virtual speakers if there are any, and if Cookie Gordon is available, can you call her?
Cookie Gordon, go ahead, please.
Yes, hello. This is Commissioner Gordon. Thank you for your understanding for us being sick. I wanted to say this Residents Advisory Board was a pleasure to be able to serve on, to hear so many things happening, and to be part of it was a right step in the right direction. sometimes you don't know what's happening, and I really appreciate Ms. Gilliam for everything, the way it was all structured. We had proper timing. We was able to join in. We was able to share our thoughts, and so it was a pleasure to be part of this advisory board as a tenant. I also appreciate the fact that it was well put out there, advertised for upcoming projects. So again, I just want to extend my deepest appreciation to the staff for everything. And again, thank you for clarification with the city attorney today. I appreciate it all. I want to say thank you.
Good. Thank you. Any more speakers, Naveed? Okay, that's it. Any cards any folks that submitted cards? Okay. Yeah, just before we close the public hearing, I'm just very pleased that the Eden housing, which the council had voted on a couple of years ago, is going to be completed in January. That's wonderful. That's good news for us, and as well as good news for folks that need much needed housing in a good location and well managed, and that will be providing case management and mental health services, as well as job referrals and community, support. So, thank you. I'm glad to see it come to fruition. Thank you. All right. No other comments and no other speakers. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll need a motion for approval.
I would like to offer a motion that we approve the annual public housing agency plan for 2022-23, covering July 1st, 2022 through June 30, 2023, and authorize its submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Public and Indian Housing.
We'll call for the vote, and it will be roll call vote. Go ahead, Dawn.
Board Member Meissner.
Yes.
Vice Chair Verder-Aliga.
Yes.
Board Member Dew.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Arriola.
Aye.
Loretta Diaz.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with Chair McConnell abstained due to a conflict of interest.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all. And the meeting is now adjourned, and we will convene in about 5 minutes for our regular council meeting. Thank you.
Anybody lose their keys? It's got a purple whistle on it. Can opener. Anybody? Well, when you go out tonight, I guess you'll be coming back.
Mayor, we were just going to leave them with the security people.
Perfect. They'll be with the security desk in the back. Okay, if we can get everybody here, we will go ahead and get started as soon as we can. All right, I see the council members are here, so we will go ahead and get started. And with that, I will call to order the regular Vallejo City Council meeting for August 12th of 2022 at 7:25 p.m. And would you please rise with me and give the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated in accordance with the local fire marshal's requirements that everybody actually be in a seat. So those of you who are standing in the back, fire marshal does require you to be in a seat. We'll start the meeting when you sit down. Okay, is everybody in a seat now? Looks like it. So thank you for your cooperation. We appreciate it. That includes photographers. Would you like to take a seat so we can get started? Media too. Fire marshal doesn't give you any exclusion. It has been pointed out to me that that's the Constitution and the laws. Well, we can sit here and wait all night if you want to. Take a seat. Be comfortable. Thank you. And may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor McConnell.
Present.
Vice Mayor Verder-Liga.
Present.
Council members Arriola.
Present.
Brown.
Here.
Jew.
Here.
Loretta Diaz.
Present.
Meissner.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum. We have a report out of closed session, please, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The City Council did meet in closed session at the meeting special meeting prior to this meeting. With regard to the item listed as item 3A on the closed session agenda, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 549, 56.9 D1. In the case of VPOA and Michael Nicolini versus the City of Vallejo, the City Council did provide direction to its council, and there is no further action to report at this time.
Thank you very much. I've been asked to announce that action item 9B is in Bravo, all regional action plan on the homeless presentation and possible adoption of a resolution generally endorsing the concepts will be rescheduled to another meeting, the date to be confirmed, but most likely to be sometime in June. With that, we'll move on to number 5, presentations and commendations. And we have a presentation from Solano Transit Authority, Metropolitan Transit Commission, and Caltrans concerning the update on Caltrans State Route 37. And whom do we have to make that presentation?
Mr. Chair, Darrell Halls, I'm going to kick it off, if you guys can hear me.
Yes, Mr. Halls, please proceed.
So good evening, Mayor McConnell, members of the Vallejo City Council. I'm actually here to introduce several of my colleagues. We're here to talk about State Route 37. This is actually a partnership between the 4 county North Bay transit agencies, STA, Napa, Sonoma, and Marin. And we're partnering with MTC and Caltrans to help identify and move forward improvements to State Route 37. I'm going to introduce several of the presenters tonight. We're going to provide you with an update on what's going on in terms of short-term improvements and also long-range plans as well. So with me tonight from STA is Janet Adams, our Director of Projects, and Anthony Adams, our Senior Project Manager. With Caltrans, you're going to hear from them later. We have Lydia Gatan, the Project Manager for Caltrans, Bart, who I believe is in the audience in person, and also Chris Caputo from the Environmental Planning and Engineering section. And with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, we have Kevin Chin and Jeanette Wiseman. You'll be hearing from them as well. So we have a lot of information to share with you in a very short amount of time. We know you have a very busy, packed agenda. What I do want to stress is this is really a partnership. It's a very challenging corridor with a lot of challenges for traffic, flooding, environmental challenges, long-range sea level rise challenges. So it's not been something that we've taken lightly. A lot of agencies are putting a lot of resources and time. And it's good that we update the city of Vallejo because obviously you're directly impacted by State Route 37. So with that, I'm going to introduce Jeanette Wiseman from MTC to take the ball from here, and I'll be on the call to answer any questions at the end. Jeanette?
Thank you, Darrell. Next slide. All right. Well, thank you for that introduction, Darrell, and thank you all for having us here to report out on State Route 37. We're going to start off with a brief overview about the program, Resilient 37. We'll have Caltrans report out on updates on their projects, and then we'll get to the Sears Point to Mare Island Improvement Project, after which we'll be happy to take questions. Next slide. So we have a video that we would like to share with you today about our Resilient 37 program, which covers the challenges and opportunities. So it's about four minutes, so please bear with us and enjoy. Thank you.
The Bay Area, with jobs in Napa, Marin, and Sonoma counties. Yet, the route is challenged by the issues of congestion, flooding, and sea level rise, as well as limited access for bikes or pedestrians. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, traffic flow on Highway 37 is routinely pinched by a 10-mile bottleneck. This stretch in particular, from Sears Point to Mare Island, one lane in each direction, separated by a concrete barrier, means westbound traffic backs up in the morning, adding up to 30 minutes to the typical commute and impacting Vallejo's streets as drivers divert through Mare Island. In the evening, eastbound traffic backs up from Sears Point to beyond Lakeville Highway, adding as much as an hour and 20 minutes to commute times for some drivers, and extra safety problems for drivers who have diverted onto Lakeville Highway. There is no easy alternative to Highway 37. As you can see in these two existing options, drivers forced to detour north or south would have to travel twice as far to get from Vallejo to Novato or vice versa. A commitment to equity requires a reliable link between the comparatively affordable housing in Solano County and job markets to the west. And Highway 37 can be a viable route for future transit service only if buses can avoid congestion. The situation can be even worse in the winter. Existing levees protect the low-lying highway from everyday flooding, but heavy rains and king tides can shut down the entire highway, as happened for 28 days in 2017 and for 8 days in 2019 due to flooding at the Novato Creek crossing. Rising sea levels will require a permanent long-term solution. But the Highway 37 team already is working on short and intermediate term improvements to ease congestion and reduce flooding risk. On the Marin County end of the corridor, crews already have raised the pavement elevation, built concrete flood walls along critical segments of Novato Creek, installed new drainage systems, culverts, and slide gates, and acquired inflatable rubber bladders and portable pumps for deployment before major storms. Work set to begin soon includes more paving and repair work, mowing, and weed abatement. The Highway 37 team is also looking at options for reducing congestion in the 10-mile bottleneck between Sears Point and Mare Island. These include a 3-lane highway with movable median barriers for a carpool lane that operates westbound in the morning and eastbound in the evening, and using the current shoulders for either part-time or full-time carpool lanes in each direction. It would take about 4 years and cost $250 to $400 million. Challenges include avoiding impacts on sensitive wetlands and minimizing the use of any bay fill. The other big issue, of course, is money. For both near-term improvements and congestion relief for the Mare Island to Sears Point segment, and a long-term project to completely transform Highway 37, tolls may be a practical solution that can serve as a match to secure other regional, state, and federal dollars. State Senator Bill Dodd, whose district includes nearly all of the Highway 37 corridor, in early 2022 introduced legislation that would authorize tolling on Highway 37 and would require toll discounts for high occupancy vehicles and for lower income drivers. What do you think are the right solutions for the Highway 37 puzzle? We look forward to hearing from you as we discuss the past, the present, and especially the future of Highway 37. One corridor, one team, many solutions. We're glad you are part of the team, and we welcome your ideas for solutions along Highway 37 and in the San Pablo Baylands.
So as that video just showed, we have a number of challenges that are facing us in the near and the long term, and MTC, Caltrans, and the 4 North Bay transportation authorities are working on these issues. We've got congestion here and now, and we have flooding that comes and goes. We also recognize that State Route 37 will be inundated by rising bay waters. Below is a projection for 2100. At that time, State Route 37 looks to be largely inundated. We also have a corridor which borders San Pablo Bay, which is a rich ecosystem of wetlands and waters, which constrains our work on State Route 37, but also offers substantial opportunity to restore tidal connectivity and to restore the historic baylands north of State Route 37. Next slide, please. So to tackle these many near-term and long-term challenges and opportunities, this team has identified a phased implementation plan where we are working on 2 pathways, one in which we are working ongoing to deliver the resilient State Route 37, the corridor of the future that will provide us resilience, reliability, and really provide the amenities which are hard to provide in our constrained corridor currently. That includes bike, pedestrian access, transit for the future, and equitable transportation for the communities using State Route 37, and public access to the rich recreational areas that border this area of the North Bay. But this is going to take time and money. And so in the meantime, we know many commuters and people who are using State Route 37 are hurting, and they need travel time improvements. We're looking to provide better travel reliability, to start transit along the corridor where none exists, and support carpool and vanpool. So we have projects that we're going to be telling you about to deliver on that, and continuing to work with near-term flood protection and take advantage of opportunities to continue to enhance our Bay Trail system and restoration along State Route 37 and the Baylands. as we have opportunities. Those improvements we're looking to begin delivering in the next few years, and the ultimate Resilient 37 project is something that we are targeting in 2040, understanding that by 2050 we have substantial inundation. So we're working hard on both pathways. And then I would like to turn it over to Lydia, our Caltrans project manager, for the next slide.
Hi, thank you, Jeanette. I'm Lydia Gaitan, Caltrans project manager. The Planning and Environmental Linkage Study, also known as the PEL study, is a Federal Highway Administration initiative that was envisioned to bridge the gap that often occurs between planning and environmental review process. The PEL study considers the entire corridor from US 101 to Interstate 80. The PEL implementation plan will provide a framework for streamlining the transportation improvements through outreach of agencies, stakeholders, communities, and the public on the corridor's vision, purpose, and need, range of alternatives, and key environmental issues early in the planning phase. The PEL study will gather the preliminary data and consider the conceptual level of design, the traffic analysis, evaluation of the environmental impacts, and the results of the study will provide recommendations for the long-term solution on the corridor. So after the completion of the PEL study, Caltrans will conduct the CEQA and NEPA processes to determine which planning alternative is selected and what will ultimately be built. Next slide, please. Now I'll go over to the State Highway Operation and Protection Program. Next slide, please. So in the slide, there's 6 red circles, which indicates the current 6 state-funded SHOP projects, which addresses the near-term needs on State Route 37. These near-term projects include pavement rehab, flood reduction, bridge preservation, intersection improvements, and to the western end of the State Route 37. In Solano County, we have the pedestrian enhancement at Wilson Avenue and Fairgrounds Drive project. This addresses the need of pedestrian safety at the uncontrolled intersections and ramp termini. I'll be highlighting the flood reduction operation improvements as well as the pedestrian enhancement project in the next 3 slides. Next slide, please. So the flood reduction project on State Route 37 extends from US 101 to State Route 121. State Route 37 was closed for 28 days in 2017 and 8 days in 2019 due to levee breach. This project will provide interim solution to address the flooding until another project provides a permanent and long-term solution. The project is currently in the environmental phase with a target for construction to begin in 2027. Next slide, please. The State Route 37 SR 121 intersection improvement project proposes to extend the lane drop on the eastbound lanes from the current location, which is just east of the intersection, to a new location approximately east of the Smart Railroad crossing. This would involve widening of the roadway, including Tole Creek Bridge and Smart Railroad crossing, as well as extending the existing median barrier. The project proposes to improve traffic operations and reduce congestions at the intersection by considering either a continuous T intersection or a roundabout at the junction of routes 37 and 121. This project is expected to alleviate the queue during the peak hours by reducing backup into the intersection. Project is actually currently in the environmental phase, and construction is targeted to begin in 2024. Next slide, please. And the pedestrian safety enhancement project at Wilson and Avenue and Fairgrounds Drive is located in Solano County on State Route 29, State Route 37, Interstate 80, and Interstate 780. This project enhances the pedestrian and bicyclist safety by installing flashing beacon systems and upgrading crosswalk markings. The flashing beacon system enhancements that will be installed include the rectangular rapid flashing ones, the pedestrian hybrid beacons, as well as the advanced warning beacons. Currently, the project is in the environmental phase. and with a target completion in the spring of 2022, design target to complete in the fall of 2023, and construction target to begin in the fall of 2024. I'll now turn it over to Ms. Janet Weissman for the Sears Point to Mare Island Improvement Project.
Thank you, Lydia. All right, next slide, please. The Sears Point to Mare Island Improvement Project is shown in blue on this graphic. Starting from the east, it begins in Mare Island and extends approximately 10 miles to just west of State Route 121. Next slide. The project is intended to address the pressing traffic congestion that many are facing on a regular basis in this section of State Route 37, where the highway is narrowed down to one lane in each direction, and the bottleneck, as mentioned and shown, forms on either side, particularly in the afternoon commute. Currently, there's no transit options or alternatives available along the corridor, and this project seeks to address travel reliability and reduce travel time and increase vehicle occupancy. And we're going to share in the following slides how we're going to hope to go through and accomplish that. Next slide, please. And just to mention, again, we hear and understand that the traffic congestion currently, in the absence of transit and with the lane drop, is severe. What normally is 20 minutes to cross this section of roadway with free flow traffic takes upwards of 100 minutes as part of the afternoon commute home to Vallejo. Next slide. So this is a graphic showing the current roadway section, which is just one lane in each direction, a barrier down the center, and approximately 8-foot shoulders on each side. Next slide, please. So the project proposes to include an HOV lane or lanes, and we evaluated a range of alternatives as part of our draft environmental document. And that document and our analysis reviewed different scenarios that includes wider or narrower roadway width to improve transportation benefits, but minimizing environmental impacts. At the top of your screen, you see alternative 1, a 3-lane movable barrier, or 3-lane highway with a movable barrier, and that is akin to the Golden Gate Bridge system with the HOV that would be utilized in the peak commute direction. So eastbound or westbound in the morning, and then eastbound in the afternoon. Alternative 2 in the center of the slide is a part-time use lane where we would expand the shoulders and then use the shoulder in the peak commute direction for a secondary lane to support HOV in the commute direction, but not in the non-commute direction and not during non-commute hours. The third alternative is a 4-lane highway, and it would include HOV lanes, and it would we have a variation between 4 and 8-foot shoulders. All of these alternatives and the proposed project would include transit, and I'm going to talk to you about that in the next slide. As mentioned before, there's no transit currently provided along this corridor, and Solano Transportation Authority, STA, is working hard to change that. The project would support an implementation plan to initiate transit along the corridor. Bus service would be provided from Vallejo to Novato as currently anticipated and is currently in development. As part of this bus service, we're also, STA is building a viable commute with mobility hubs to allow transit connection with park and ride lots so that you can ride to the transit and then connect to it, and also recognizing the critical nature of first and last mile connections to make the commute a practicable one for commuters to choose. Next slide. The project will also support public access improvements as part of our permitting process. And the City of Vallejo has already anticipated this and reached out to City of Vallejo citizens searching and receiving feedback. And in your 2021 community report, they received your priorities and understanding where you see the biggest opportunity and need. Those are listed here: the Mare Island Education Center, which is shown in A, and then you have the water trail sites at Wilson and Vallejo Marina. So we recognize that and hope to be able to support some of these improvements as part of the project. Next slide, please. This is a picture of current conditions along the section of State Route 37. Next slide, please. And here's a visual simulation showing the 2-lane in each direction scenario with the median barrier, and then additionally a barrier along the shoulder. Next slide. The project would also include tolling. Tolling for all of the alternatives. Tolling is being brought forward as part of the legislative process. As noted in the video, Senator Dodd has proposed a tolling bill which would require equity discounts for low-income individuals as well as HOVs. Tolling allows us to meet our climate action requirements for transportation and to reduce vehicle miles traveled. It also allows us to prioritize HOVs and to pay for transit needed along this corridor, and ultimately to pay for these improvements as well as the much needed ultimate sea level rise adaptation project. Next slide. This is our schedule. Right now we are at the final environmental phase, working on our final EIR, environmental impact report, looking to complete that this summer, and then to move on to our final design and permitting, and ultimately to go to construction in 2025 and deliver these much needed improvements by 2026, having it open to the public for your use. The next couple stages, the steps in this ladder, the final design, permitting, and construction, are big ones for us, and they need to be funded, and we're really looking for the community support to get us the benefits and the relief that we know you need. Next slide, please. We have so much information out there that we've been working on as part of the Resilient 37 program and in support of this project and the other SHOP projects that Lydia mentioned. And the planning efforts for the Sea Level Rise project, we have the Resilient 37 website, as well as State Route 37 corridor projects. They have planning studies and environmental studies. They have past meetings. They give you notices about future meetings. It's also a way for you to provide your input and comments. Additionally, we have a State Route 37 policy committee, which meets quarterly. It is open to the public, and it's an opportunity for us to report out to the committee and to you to share what we're working on and what we are looking to do in the future. So we hope that you will be involved and help us with your feedback to shape what happens to State Route 37. And with that, we'd love to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I ask for questions from council members, I see we do have one speaker, Robert Brekke, who has requested to speak on this item. Mr. Brekke, are you available? And take the podium 3 minutes. I think you have to come down to the center one now. They changed the procedures on us.
Yes, I participated online with a Zoom meeting regarding Highway 37, and I spoke to the inequities of how Vallejo becomes sort of the stepchild of the Bay Area in terms of taking on the housing burdens of the Bay Area, taking on tolls that are exorbitantly high for people that are working people, not high-paying jobs necessarily. My wife is a teacher for special needs children. My daughter works across the bridge right now until she goes back to school. But, you know, we're spending easily $14 to $21 a day just to go across the bridge. And that doesn't, you know, then you have to go in another direction, you'd have to pay as well. I brought this up as a very pressing thing for the residents of Vallejo. And then subsequent to that, you were soliciting our opinions, but I know for a fact that MTC went to Senator Dodd and encouraged him to put out for this toll. And I don't think that Vallejo is being treated fairly in this. And, you know, basically you're trying to make us into an island that we can't get out of. Thank you.
I'd be happy to speak to that. And thank you for that input. It's something that we hear and are concerned about as well. I think that Daryl might kick off our response if you're available, Daryl.
Sure, Jeanette, thank you. And thanks for the comment. I think all of us are concerned about tolling. The challenge for these projects, both the near term and the long term, is funding. How do we get enough funding to fund the near-term improvements that are sorely needed, and also plan for the future and elevate this corridor? Because if we don't elevate it in the time frame that was outlined in the presentation, we're basically be having recurring flooding, inundation. So there's kind of two competing issues. I think this conversations we've had with Vallejo staff and with the mayor and Supervisor Hannigan is how do we provide the best benefit and the best equity to Vallejo, recognizing that Vallejo is directly impacted. So we're open for suggestions. Some of the issues that have been brought up are we have no transit service, so people can't take transit. If we can provide transit service through this program, we can provide alternatives, we can reduce fares, we can provide means-based toll, we reduce tolling for lower-income folks, and also providing access, not only to folks that are working in the Marin Sonoma area living in Vallejo, but for jobs that are being created in Vallejo, on Mare Island, and Fairgrounds. This project's going to provide better access up and down the corridor. And so obviously Mare Island Interchange is an example where that would be addressed as part of the ultimate project. We'd not only be lifting the corridor, but we'd be improving Mare Island, which is very vulnerable to flooding as well. So we understand the concerns about tolling, but at the same time, if we don't have a funding plan, if we can't leverage local dollars, we're not going to be able to compete for very competitive federal and state dollars out there. So that's part of the challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Halls. It's also my understanding that there will be a means test to determine the toll, unlike the other bay bridges and HOV lanes, but the details of that have not yet been ascertained. I also have a card from Mr. Bert Ney. Bert, are you here? Yes, you are. 3 minutes, sir.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm Bart Ney. I'm the Office Chief of Public Affairs for Caltrans in the Bay Area. I know we just hit you all with a lot of information on State Route 37. State Route 37 is in progress. As you were saying, Mr. Mayor, we're still determining some of the needs-based help that might be available with tolling. But today I wanted to comment on another matter, because we didn't want to try to fit all of this in the one presentation on 37. But I've got some good news to relay. Those projects that you just saw with State Route 37 are in the short-term and long-term future. We have a lot of work that's happening in Vallejo right now. And one of the projects that's been impacting Vallejo citizens fairly significantly is the 6 Bridges project. And currently we have Georgia Street and Tennessee Street closed because we've been able to work very closely with your Public Works Department. Your Chief Public Affairs Officer has been fantastic, and we've been able to move the project a little faster than we initially intended. So we wanted to report out today that we're going to be opening Georgia Street and Tennessee Street a little bit early. Georgia Street is going to be opening the week of May 2nd, and Tennessee Street is going to be opening May 13th. Now for the rest of the story. Because we've been able to advance some of that work with the close participation with the city staff, we're going to move directly into the final bridge, which is going to be Redwood Street. And we know Redwood Street is the biggest impact that we have here in the city and in the region. So we're looking to move towards closing Redwood Street and advancing that work to the week of May 16th. And we're going to begin a public outreach to the citizens of Vallejo and the region that starts right now with this update. That's going to include mailers to the city folks that live around that area. There will be a media outreach, and I believe we have scheduled a public meeting on May 4th with the city's Zoom. So the good news is we're almost out of here with the 6 Bridges project. We've got all of those other bridges elevated and repaired, and we're down to our last one, looking at the week of May 16th.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that good news. And I know those projects all affect tens and tens of thousands of people, so it's very important and of interest. Are there any questions from any council members? Councilmember Meissner.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments about Highway 37 in general. You know, the city was cut in half when the interstate highway projects were started in the 50s, and it makes great routes for cars to go back and forth, but it doesn't help our community necessarily. And so some of the stuff that you hear about safe routes to schools and all kinds of projects that are trying to reduce the speed levels of our streets. And in particular, Highway 37 was improved, I think, about 2004 between Sacramento and Wilson and 80. And it was sort of a country road prior to that, and now it's 4 lanes. And the intersection at Wilson and Sacramento was wide, and it's huge, and it's really a favorite place for sideshows. And I'm hoping that Caltrans will address the size of these on and off ramps to try and make them less attractive to people spinning donuts. And it's dangerous, and it just attracts dumping and just more things, and it's just not a good thing. So if you could include that in your project, I'd be very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lorea Diaz.
Yes, is it on? I'm going to have to agree with Mr. Brekke. I think that Vallejo just seems to have a difficult situation. I mean, we always tend to be paying for things that a lot of times doesn't benefit us as much. A lot of the people that live here, work outside. And we already have the Carquinez Bridge, we have the Benicia Bridge, and I understand that money is needed to fund these projects, and very important projects. I've driven on that Highway 37 several times, and it's not fun to be stuck in traffic. However, I would hope that the legislation that Senator Dodd is bringing forward is not just for low-income households. A lot of people work and they make a little bit above the income limit, what's considered the poverty threshold, but they work hard for their money. So I think that if you live in Vallejo and you're going to be told on every single angle that at least there be some sort of the passes that are reduced for everyone. You have people that go out there for school and so forth. And then the other thing that I want to mention, and this is for the gentleman from Caltrans, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, and then also for the other folks. The information that you're putting out there, is this information being put out there in different languages? Because I, for one, I put a lot of information and translate into Spanish, so if you have it out there in Spanish per se or Tagalog, Vallejo has a large Latino and a large Filipino population, so if it's there, that would be great. I'm guessing it is, you're nodding.
Yeah,
okay.
So my name's Bart with Caltrans. And I'm a Vallejo native and current resident, and yes, all of our outreach materials are in both Spanish and Tagalog for the city projects that we're doing. You can go to dot.ca.gov and navigate to District 4, and that's where all of our projects are located, and you'll continue to see that. Okay.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, and since, Bart, since you're, I just have a quick question. Not exactly related to Highway 37, but to I-80 in general. I always wondered, I've been in Vallejo for 41 years, why is it I-80 becomes 3 lanes when you enter Vallejo, and then it becomes 4 lanes when you leave Vallejo? There's inequity right there. I mean, there's room for expansion on the side. I know that if only state legislation will allow narrower distance between the side barriers. I know it can happen because I've talked to folks about it and folks have talked to me about it. So that's just down the pipeline. I know if you have the power or authority to even mention it at the Caltrans board discussion, that why and why not? Why can we not expand I-80 in Vallejo to 4 lanes? I know it's doable, but you don't have to answer that question, but just food for thought. But there is discussion in the community about why and why not.
Right, and I want to say that we'll take that into consideration. I don't want to speak above my station, but we do have several projects going on in Vallejo right now, and one of them is to replace that small bridge that's coming right off the Carquinez Bridge. You probably don't even notice it; it's sort of concrete. Those are the type of things that we have to consider if we widened that side of the freeway.
Right.
There's some structural considerations and projects that we would have to identify in order to create that capacity on that end of the city.
Yeah, because there's brilliant engineers that can reconfigure it. You can.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. So there's a possibility. So thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we will conclude that item and move on to item number 6, which is the first community forum. So if Naveed, would you start the 2-minute sign-up clock? However, I do know we have already more in-person community speakers than we have time for because the statute does limit us to 15 minutes maximum for the first community forum. So I will now ask Naveed to start the 2-minute clock for anyone wishing to address the council on items not on this meeting agenda, both in person and virtually. At the conclusion of the 2-minute sign-up period, anyone wishing to address the council must have either completed a speaker's card and placed it in the box located to the left at the end of the extended dais, or raised their hand virtually. Anyone submitting a card requesting to speak or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will be recognized at the last community forum, which has no time limit, towards the end of the meeting. The community forum is an opportunity for interested members of the public to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda. Any interested members of the public desiring to communicate with the City Council as part of the first community forum may do so at this time. The conduct of the community forum shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes by ordinance, with each speaker limited to 3 minutes, pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code Section 2.20.300. Members of the public who address the council as part of the first community forum will not be allowed to address the council again during the last community forum held prior to the adjournment of this meeting. So we will wait out the additional 30 seconds and see how many speakers do we have in person, Vice Mayor? 9. We have 9 virtual speakers, so we'll give you 15 minutes, and hopefully we can get through more than just 5. And if I could get some quiet back there, because you're going to start interfering with the ability of people to hear otherwise. Okay, the 2-minute time period is now closing. Vice Mayor, would you call the first 3 speakers that you have in person?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. David Haldane. Second is Daniel Golinsky. Third is Ruscal Cayangyang.
Mr. Haldane, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I was able yesterday to observe your goal-setting workshop that you had. I was able to talk with the community about what they saw there and review the video with some other members who weren't able to make it. sort of universally, there was some disappointment and frustration voiced by people who witnessed it, as any political organization is going to see, because nobody agrees with everything. In particular, I was disappointed in that I didn't see a lot of responsibility, and I heard a lot of excuses instead of raising my hand saying, I will take this, I am responsible for this, I have a way to move forward, I will not let this progress any farther. There was a lot of shifting the blame. We don't have enough money. Well, we have money, we don't have the right priorities. We think other things are more important than the things that the community is asking for. A common thread that I saw in that meeting was regarding the community and community feedback as opposition. And I wanted to just take a moment to remember that you are our representatives, elected by your neighbors, to direct the public servants that are paid with our tax dollars. And that when the community does give you feedback, and even if the community is giving you repeated negative feedback, we're trying to talk to you. We're trying to work with you. We're not trying to stop everything. We're just saying, hey, I think you're getting a disconnect from what's going on outside. I'd like to bring up a specific issue that was mentioned, the length of council meetings. Suggestions were made to limit the community feedback, to further prevent the community from talking. If you look at the timestamps on any video of council, you'll see that most of the time is actually occupied by council talking and staff presentations. I love when you guys talk. I love hearing what you guys say. I love hearing the reasoning behind what you're doing. However, what I might suggest is that maybe presentations by staff that are going to be longer than 20 minutes, like we just saw, could happen in a separate public information session, because that's really what's eating a lot of these meetings, is these long presentations that we could ask questions in those meetings. You might not even get as many people here being frustrated or surprised or confused by just doing that little outreach separately first. Maybe an hour session at 6 o'clock with the staff member. We don't even need council there. It'd be great. So thank you. I encourage you to focus on the community as partners, not as opposition, and remind you that when you try to squish democracy under your thumb, much like a garden hose, it will spray everywhere and get everybody wet, versus just letting it flow freely onto the plants that you're growing this spring. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Haldane. And indeed, one of the suggestions that the council did discuss and probably has adopted with staff is to start having more public information meetings only, where we will gather here in the council chamber and have it for information purposes only. So we are considering all suggestions, and yours is appreciated. Thank you. We'll move on to our second speaker, please, Daniel.
You can give my time to somebody else.
Okay, we'll move on to our third speaker. Thank you, sir. Ruscal Cayangyang.
Ruscal, followed by Askari Sowonde, and then Andrea Sorce.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I just have a few items to share this evening. First, I would like to recognize Andrea Sorce. For those that remember her and her family have done a lot for the people of Vallejo. She's with us in spirit, and her family and her contributions lives on. In the 1950s, Andrea's father, Gus Sorce, worked with Vallejo's B.W. Williams, renowned African-American pioneer in housing, to develop the Sorce Lakeside neighborhood, one of Vallejo's first African-American neighborhoods during the difficult times of racial discrimination. This neighborhood was home to many professionals and notable residents, such as Jesse Bethel, the first African-American elected to the Vallejo School Board, which I used to serve on, to Lewis Brown, the first African-American elected to this city council. This neighborhood was recognized by this very city council in 1992 as a historic landmark. Last month, I want to thank Councilmember Arriola for visiting this important and historic neighborhood that some people are not aware of. While we were visiting the Sorce Lakeside neighborhood, we ran into B.W. Williams' daughter, who told us serious concerns about her neighborhood that has not been brought up at these council meetings. One of those is B.W. Williams Drive has become a freeway now, while we have kids playing in the streets. She requested speed bumps and traffic safety measures, especially on B.W. Williams Drive. The city should investigate this and make safety improvements immediately for the safety of the kids and the residents. We cannot forget the residents who cannot even come to these meetings. It is a public safety matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cayangyang. I would request that you speak directly with the city manager's office about that concern and see if we can develop something for them. We'll move on to our next speaker. Harry, was it?
Askari, Sowonde, and then Andrea Sorce, which is the fifth speaker.
I had to write this down so that I could say it to you. I speak to you not as a commissioner, but as a citizen that has been here for over 30+ years. I actually hate speaking, but I feel I can't stay silent because my ancestors are so in my ear. Did you know how the police started? Many do, and oh, so many do not. They started as slave catchers, which brings me to my point of badge bending. Do you know the meaning of the word picnic? This word had a totally different meaning back in the day than what you have enjoyed over the years. Like words do, many years later, it morphs itself into a new word. Back in the day, it literally meant pick a nigger. Surprised? Don't be. There is a reference. Now, you can find any article to debunk this theory, but knowing what happened to our ancestors, I refuse to allow others to cram their history down my throat, nor will I stay silent. Now, listen to me. That community came together, and they had a barbecue, watermelon, desserts, music, and they danced. They partied as they picked a nigger to put on display, partied as they danced, drank, and violated their bodies. I think you can imagine what I'm saying to you. So fast forward to now. Does any of this sound familiar today? With your findings, honestly tell me what has changed other than the times and the way they do things. Shooting you in the back, jumping on hoods of cars to intentionally kill you, false narratives equal lies, shooting inside of cars with deliberate precision. Do you see a difference other than the times? Council, this police department has barbecued, danced, partied because of their kill, and then bent their badges in a room of accepting, laughing, and don't forget cheering comrades with bottles raised and badges bent. Things that make you go, We voted for you with a vote of confidence. I do not speak for all, yet I truly speak for many. You have truly disappointed us on your decisions. You have placed the much-needed potholes as a priority, opposed to being the priority of the impacted families and the people of this community. This city is about to go into a major recession and about to be bankrupt. I pray I'm wrong, but if you don't listen to what is being asked of you, the city will not be able to flourish. Though we know you won't, and I ask you not to vote on the police department on the waterfront and place them in the old Walmart building. Do better. Remember, your community matters. We need you to listen to us. Please. Thank you, and have a blessed day.
Thank you, Askari. There was a police information report just released. It does address many of your concerns, and I urge you to read it. If you haven't seen it, contact my office tomorrow, and I'll be happy to forward it to you. And our next speaker, Andrea.
Yeah, I can't follow that. Everything that Askari just said, everything that Dave said earlier. I logged on to the goal setting. I saw a lot of it yesterday, and I logged on at the end and made a public comment about the ethics training that I went through to become a commissioner for the surveillance board. And I quoted directly from the training about the importance of public perception, the right of the community to honest public service, and the need for fair and unbiased decision-making by council, including being attentive to public input, and not being attentive to public input being potentially a violation of due process principles. And I want us to all kind of think about together whether that is happening in Vallejo. And it's not just it's the reality and the perception of lack of bias and responsiveness to the community. I question often who council is serving, and it's everything that the previous speakers have said. It's not attacking when community comes up here and asks for accountability. You're literally our only way to get accountability. Because as Dave said, we elected you to represent us. And if we see gross mismanagement and negligence in the city, the only avenue we have is to come up here and speak for 3 minutes and hope that there's change. And we've been doing this now for many years and we haven't seen the change. So, we're getting a little frustrated. At the end of my comment yesterday, I started giving a list, and so I'm going to repeat it now. I have 8 things, and I'm sure there's more. I can email it to you, but we've been saying this stuff for months and we've gotten nothing. The bent badges. What Askari, I can't follow Askari. That right there. You can't live in this city knowing people have bent their badges and are getting promoted and are on the beat, representing North Vallejo. There's 2 badge benders in the service areas. Let's can we make that a priority? It wasn't a priority at goal setting. I think police reform came 5th. Are you kidding me? A transition team. We can't attract and retain staff. We need a transition team to come in and fix the toxic culture. Staff were having secret meetings with VMT, 2 convicted felons that were accused and are doing federal prison time for bribing public officials in San Francisco, and we know they're illegally operating on the Sperry Mill site with knowledge of city staff. So where's the follow-up on that? What's going on there? The housing audit, the navigation center, misuse of funds. These are federal funds we're using. What happened with that? Let's get a full audit. The Project Room Key deaths, the negligence, not the deaths themselves, but the failure of the wellness checks. And then number 6, authorizing that housing voucher program being administered by the same organizations that may have overseen the deaths in Project Room Key. The lack of community engagement and due diligence on the police station, and then suppression of public at these meetings, the censorship policy, the new security that makes it really difficult for us to get in here, to go out and get food, to be part of our own community, making us sit here. We have the media, we have members of the media that were asked to sit earlier. It centers back to that ethics. What's going on here?
Thank you, Andrea. Your time is up. We look forward to your work on the Surveillance Advisory Board. We still got time for one more speaker. Vice Mayor, who's our next speaker?
Okay, one more. Last speaker for first part community forum is Ryan Masano. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, community forum? Yes.
Okay, constitutional rights says he gets the ability to talk to us. Hang on.
It's good to be back. I sense a very warm welcome, and it's not mutual, but anyhow. It's good to see everyone after a 2-year absence. I've been to nearly all 48 states. Nearly died twice, to some people's happiness, but I'm still here and happy to be back. We have just been through the biggest scamdemic in human history. I have learned a lot. In the last 2 years, it is truly said you will be the same person in 5 years, except for the new books you read and the new people you meet. I have my own website, since I'm banned on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. It's called masanonews.com. I have cards which I will give to anyone interested after the meeting. I'm also on Gab, which does not censor people and is among the top 1,000 websites in the world. Also, to address the city's perpetual need for funding for roads and other issues, we not only are being stolen from with the income tax, not even properly ratified in 1913, but the greedy owners of the Federal Reserve print out hundreds of trillions for them and their friends in Vallejo, and average Americans get not a single penny. Before we begin with the truth, we have to diffuse the minefield of lies deliberately set up to destroy those who tell the truth. Telling the truth about the bankers is not racist, it's not sexist, it's not Nazism, it's not white supremacist, it's not make you in favor of the Holocaust and you aren't a hater, a bigot, or an anti-Semite for simply telling the truth. Shouldn't have to say that, but the bankers control the nation's money and information and have conditioned the minds of the masses to believe lies and to disbelieve truth. And I need to say who is responsible. The same group of bankers own the Federal Reserve. They obey the Talmud. For those who have never heard of or studied the Talmud, I have the book. And if you study the Talmud, you need to be calling out these people too. Keep studying it. Keep studying it. You will be shocked. For those who don't know, 96% of our media is owned by 6 corporations, and 2 corporations, BlackRock and Vanguard, own virtually all other corporations worldwide. That means everything on the radio, television, movies, songs, newspapers, online media, the media in this room is all controlled by these bankers. And most Jews are not involved, but the owners of the Federal Reserve are Talmudic Jews. To our Jewish friends in the room,
Mr. Masano, wait a minute. That's bordering on hate speech, and yes, it is. And I'm advised that when you talk ethnic, you are violating your First Amendment. So please confine your words to non-Jewish comments. You have 28 seconds left.
there is no exception for it. What I am saying is absolutely true.
Okay. Let him have his last 15 seconds.
I'm going to get my time. If you don't like what I say, get out.
Mr. Masano, please address the council.
I have to listen to what they have to say.
Council, your time is running. In fact, your time is now out.
No.
So welcome to the democratic marketplace of public opinion. Thank you very much. That concludes our community forum.
No, you have police officers that should be taking them out. I get my minute. If they can't listen, they need to be taken out.
All right, we are moving now on to the next item.
I'm not moving anywhere. I'm not going anywhere.
Which is item number 8, consent calendar and approval of agenda. Councilmember Arriola has requested that item number 8C be withdrawn. Is there anyone else on council who wishes to remove any consent calendar items? Yes, Councilmember Beau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull consent item 8H.
8H. H. That's in helicopter. Okay.
Horse. H is in horse.
Okay. Thank you. 8, C and H are now removed. Anybody else have any that want anything removed? Okay.
Move to action, correct?
Well, no, we'll take them as 8.1 and 8.2 on the consent calendar, and anybody who wishes to address the council may do so at that time. Mr. Naveed, we'll start the 2-minute clock now running for the comment on consent calendar. And while we were doing that, are there any members of the council who wish to remove an item? There we have removed 2, and we'll wait out our 2 minutes. Mr. Masano, you're through. And if you wish, I will ask the officer to escort you out. You're out of order, sir. The chair has now ruled you out of order. No, your time is up. All right, I will ask the Sergeant of Arms to escort Mr. Masano from the chamber only.
Mayor, point of order.
State your point, please.
Yes.
Hey, wait a minute, I can't. There's a point of order on the floor. I can't hear it. Thank you, Sergeant of Arms.
My point of order is that Mr. Masano was not taken out because we were trying to reduce his First Amendment. It was because his time was up.
Thank you very much. Your point is well taken. And well, the time is still running. Vice Mayor, do we have any comment cards on any of the consent items?
Yes, we do. I have Mr. Ryan Masano on 8C, but we're pulling that to the action item. Mr. Haldane, that's it.
Okay.
For consent.
All right. Well, now the time for virtual comment sign-ups is now closed. Naveed, do we have any virtual speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I see two speakers.
2 speakers. Okay, we will take Mr. Haldane first, and then our 2 virtual speakers. I would ask you each to identify the item on the consent calendar with which you wish to address.
Mayor, item 8E and 8F.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I'd like to just briefly call the attention to item 8E, that is the installation of publicly accessible vehicle chargers, and encourage the council and Public Works to locate those chargers near apartment buildings and other places where the residents may not have the ability to charge their own cars, or at least would be more difficult. It'd also be good if you could put those near workstations, places of work that people do drive to enable the adoption of electric cars. I know I used to have one with 80 miles of range and work in Hayward, and some days I had to have dinner in Berkeley for an extended period of time. For item 8F, I strongly encourage you to adopt the memorandum of understanding between the various groups for the addressing of the homelessness issue. As you go about that, I encourage you to take a data-centered approach, looking at other countries, other systems where homelessness has been successfully addressed, like Finland, where they took a step-based approach, starting with safe camping and parking sites, moving to transitional housing, with the goal of building a series of platforms that someone can find safe. If you don't have to worry about your mattress being thrown away, you can leave your tent and go get a job. If you can get a job application to a mailbox at your tent, you can get a job. And that's the key, is just giving these people who are real people, who are our residents, the means, the tools to begin to rebuild their life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then we'll take our other speakers.
That's our only speaker for consent.
Okay, virtual speakers, we have two. Go ahead. Navi, call them in order, please. They have 3 minutes.
Yes. Phone number ending in 686. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Robert Schussel. Mr. Mayor, before we start, I thought the public had a right to ask consent items to whether City Council would take them off. And the one I'm interested in is 8G. And so could you stop the clock and at least answer my question?
Certainly, Dr. Schussel. 8G will now be pulled and we'll make it 8.3, but go ahead and address it.
Okay. What I'd like to say is that no presentation or rationale for this proposed contract was provided. And there's too much of the trust me rhetoric of staff. Let me go through very quickly what I think are major concerns why this contract in some ways stinks like Limburger cheese. Why is the minimum number of suppression staff being raised from 18 to 24? Staffing was a major factor in Vallejo bankruptcy. And is the word strive in the contract enough to protect the city? 2, why are COLA increases being raised from 3.5 to 4% when inflation was at extremely low levels? Social Security only listed it as 1.3 and 1.6 the last 2 years, and this little increase will cost the city over $2 million. Sick leave and vacation time is excessive compared to the private sector, and it should only be limited to 2 or 3 fiscal years rather than the way it's currently done. And it's a major factor when staff cashes out huge amounts of these leaves and vacation times. Don't allow sick leave to be used for PERS. It costs the city millions of extra dollars. And why are 3 to 5 years of Vallejo firefighter experience required for promotion? This severely limits the pool of job applicants from the outside. And overtime should not be allowed unless the person already has worked their normal hours. This is a way that they've gained the system to get more salary. On compensation for continuing ed and getting a paramedic license should be at normal salary, not time and a half. These people get a lot of downtime, and online courses should be the way they earn most of these credits. Why are people filling temporary out-of-classification positions by then being paid the highest salary level in this new grade? They should receive the entry-level position grade in the new higher grade. Why are 2 people required to be trainers, and why are they paid extra when being a trainer should be part of their normal duties? And 96-hour staff shouldn't be allowed. It's detrimental to employees' health and decreases their ability to perform at high levels. Mr. Davis and I talked briefly before this meeting. I think he has an obligation to the public to explain why the decisions were made and to answer my questions. Too long, the staff has said, trust me, and City Council knows exactly what staff wants. That's not true. That's why we went into bankruptcy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Schussel. I'd encourage you to run for public office with your many ideas. Do we have any other virtual speakers, Naveed?
Yes, Maui W., go ahead.
My apologies. I was trying to.
Are you there? Did we lose him? What happened?
He's right there.
Oh, well, come on up here. I thought you were virtual. Sorry.
We all thought he was virtual.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it, so I tapped in on here. But also, I was actually trying to get into the first community public forum, so this was all a big mistake. But
Go ahead.
I'm
Go
here.
ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, wait. Can I talk about?
On consent.
Okay, yeah. So it was not on the consent calendar, it's the action calendar.
So you'll have to wait.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, thank you. That completes the comments on consent calendar. We'll discuss the first item that was pulled, which is 8C.
So we have to approve the consent first. Approve.
Okay, go ahead and approve the consent calendar with the exception of those 3 items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move approval of the consent calendar with item 8C will be 8.1 for discussion, 8H will be 8.2 for discussion, and 8G will be 8.3 for discussion, and also move approval of the action calendar with item 9B to be removed from the calendar to be scheduled in a future meeting.
Thanks, Mayor. Vice Mayor, would you take the roll, please?
Mr. Mayor, I think you could try and use your voting monitors.
Oh.
Your voting monitors, try and use your voting monitors.
Thank you.
Start. I think it did.
Motion carries unanimously.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll address the first one, 8.1, which is formerly C. That was Councilmember Arriola. Did you have a question on that? Okay, go ahead and ask them.
So, regarding Project Hope, Chief, I'm in possession of a letter that was directed to you from Congressman Mike Thompson's office, which is the letter awarding the burn violence, reduced gun violence crimes in Vallejo. And when reading the letter, I came across a passage at the bottom where it says Vallejo PD will also elevate services in apartment complexes located in high crime hotspot neighborhoods and create a new location at the Norman C. King Community Center. Project Hope, through its partnership, will provide referrals to services and supports to youth and families served and provide outlets for those who are victims of violence who may not otherwise seek these supports. So the reason why I bring that one up in particular is because Norman King is in my district, and that is a community center that, people like to use for community stuff. And so I'm wondering how Norman King came up, or South Vallejo, as a crime and violent neighborhood.
Okay, I see.
Thank you for the question.
Chief, go ahead. I see.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for the question, Councilmember Arriola. And we are very proud of this grant. We were one of 20 agencies throughout the country that receive the funding for this community violence intervention strategy that we're deploying in the city of Vallejo. And we are very thankful for the Congressman's support as well. In that particular community center that you're referring to, we have a partner called the Levin. The Levin provides early childhood education. They will be setting up a learning center, or trying to set up a learning center in that community center. They're working with the GBRS to get that started. The Levin has been very successful in areas that have been impacted by gun violence and violent crime, community violence. They have centers throughout our city now. I think they have 4 in some of the toughest areas of the city. They actually go into many of the apartment complexes where they can provide the early childhood education that starts from 5 years old to 5th grade. And so they will be establishing a center more centers throughout that's part of the strategy with Project Hope. But also, in addition to that, we're partnering with our other partners, county partners, the Courage Center, other partners that provide services to families and children that are adversely impacted by gun violence and violent crime. And so the hope is not only to provide the early childhood education, but also other services that the families may need that have been impacted by violent crime. And so that is the strategy, and that is what we're seeking to do with all of our partners. And if you see the staff report, you can see the list of partners that we will be working with. And this is for prevention and intervention. Most of the funds associated to this grant are going towards prevention and intervention strategies.
Yes. So regarding Norman King Center, how and when was that chosen, and how do you spell that name of that group? 11. Is it 11 like the number?
No.
Or Levin like bread?
L-E-A-V-E-N. If you have your staff report.
No, I read the staff report. There were 19. You're talking about your partners. I read the staff report, and there are 19 partner organizers, but there's no clarity on how they will be incorporated into the program. So you had a list of all of these partners, but there's no definition.
So the Levin will be providing early childhood education. Impact Bible Ministries has started a program for youth. That's youth employment, where the youth are being employed. I think they pay about $14 an hour, and they're doing cleanups throughout the city. The Courage Center provides services to special victims. And so each of our partners have a different role. We've also, in terms of being evidence-based and data-driven, Touro University and BetaGov will be collecting data on our project throughout the 3 years. So they will be measuring our success, and that will be part of the service. Now, the way that the location was picked, we don't pick the locations. We look at our high crime areas and areas that have been adversely impacted by violent crime. The Levin also is looking at that same data, and they're looking at areas of the city where they don't have a presence, and they want to provide and extend greater services to our disproportionately impacted youth. And so that is how that area was selected, because it is an area that has been plagued by gun violence and violent crime.
Mm-hmm. So the data that you talked about, I noticed that poverty and employment rates were used to create hotspots and not actual crime data. Can you talk about that? Because that's kind of profiling.
I can tell you that we did an extensive look at all of our crime data. And unfortunately, when you look at the nexus between poverty and crime, there is a nexus. When you look at the entire system with lack of employment, lack of education, lack of housing, you look at areas, crime is persistent in those areas. And so we did an extensive look at the crime throughout Vallejo. And I can tell you that area has been impacted by gun violence and violent crime.
Okay, it's my hood. I live there. I don't see that as much as you're seeing it. So okay, Let's see, let's go into the full-time project coordinator, which will probably consume how much money of this $1 million grant, although in the agenda it says $900,000. How is that recruiting process? What type of qualifications are you looking for? And how long will it take to recruit this project coordinator?
So I don't have the specifics on the percentage of the grant that will be dedicated to the project coordinator in front of me. We had a kickoff meeting where we are discussing that. We will have a vetting process to look at the qualifications for a project coordinator. And when we decide that, I can touch bases with you and let you know.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. These wraparound services by Vallejo PD should not be part of their community outreach. It's been studied and proven to be expensive, ineffective, and counterproductive. So there's a lot of this outreach going on and addressing, early childhood. Then you're doing. It seems like you're doing an awful lot with this money, which is great. This sounds like there are going to be good things done, but is this really the Vallejo PD's job?
So when we talk about it, I'm glad you asked that question, because President Biden talked about this yesterday when he talked about his comprehensive plan to gun violence. So when we talk about community violence intervention strategies, part of that is not just enforcement, it's prevention and it's intervention. Like, for example, when you look at the team that's going to come in and do interventions on at-risk youth or people that are involved in gun violence, right? So a team that comes in that way to do the outreach is helping us to reduce violence. And what we want to do is give our youth, our young adults, alternatives to violence. And this is what this does. This project, as a police department, what we're doing is bringing all of our partners together so that we can do this collectively, because you need enforcement in some of these areas as well. But the majority of the funding here will be going towards victims. So this is a trauma-informed policing approach to the problems that we're having in Vallejo. And so if we want to reduce violence, we want to reduce gun violence, we start through prevention and intervention. And then we have enforcement. You've heard me talk about PI. This is part of that strategy.
So Project Hope, now how will that be renewable? I mean, what happens when this money runs out? How will this program continue?
We have great grant writers. We're trying to enhance Project Hope now. There is something called a Cal VIP grant, and that's through the state. We're trying to get additional funding to enhance this grant, which would be an additional $1 million. So the way that our grant writers are really good, and the way that we try to keep this moving forward, if we don't get money from the general fund, is to get more grant funding.
Okay, great. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right,
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Did you want to present a motion, or is this one in the package okay?
Well, it's fine.
Okay.
Katie.
Yes, Councilmember Meissner.
I don't have a question. I just want to congratulate our chief. There's a letter in the package you might see. It's on the letterhead of our Attorney General, Merrick Garland. So this is pretty exciting. So thank you.
Councilmember Laura Diaz.
Yes, I also want to congratulate and thank the chief. I think that this is a wonderful grant. It's not my district, but I think that, children belong to all of us, whatever district we represent. It's important to start working with them at a young age. Once they get into middle school and high school, some of them we've lost. So anytime we get money to work with kids, and the partners that are part of this grant are very reputable. I mean, the Levin, I think Councilmember Beau, you work with the Levin, and you've seen the work, and I've seen the work that they do. So I'm just happy that this was brought in. I hope that you can get more, get that grant writer to do more and bring more money to Vallejo, because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember, do you have anything further your light's still on?
No,
Okay.
we just approve it, or whatever the motion is.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I also am very familiar with the Levin. I've worked with them. They're great partners, not only in Solano County, but in the entire Bay Area. They have a great reputation for helping children, most especially. And they're a 501c3 nonprofit organization. And I salute them, and I salute you, Chief Williams. So with that said, I can move the item, unless council member, okay. I move that we receive and file the city manager's request and provide notice to amend fiscal year 2021-2022 general fund to reflect revenues in the amount of $999,688 from the Bern Criminal Justice Innovation Grant Award and appropriate expenditures in the amount of $999,688.
Thank you. Please vote on your screen.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next item.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on to the next item, the city attorney and I need to confirm. Vice Mayor, when you approved the agenda, did you also approve the consent calendar with all the other?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you very much.
with moving the items to for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so next one is 8.2, which is formerly 8G as in golf.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that was pulled, I think, at the request of Dr. Schussel. Does anybody have any other questions or comments on AG? If not, Vice Mayor, would you present the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt a resolution ratifying the tentative agreement and successor MOU between the City of Vallejo and the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1186 IAFF.
Thank you. Please vote on your screen.
Motion carries unanimously.
And we will move on to 8H, which is now 8.3. And who requested that? Oh, Councilmember Beau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed Councilmember Arriola is the one that was you had appointed to this surveillance advisory board, and she has 2 other assignments the same evening already. And so I would like to offer a different appointment, Vice Mayor Verderaliga.
All right, but before we do that, let me ask you, Councilmember Arriola, do you wish to still be appointed to the Surveillance Advisory Board?
Yeah, I do. I have never attended board meetings on Wednesdays.
Okay.
It's Thursday.
Or Thursday evenings.
You're assigned to the Architectural Heritage Landmark Commission, which meets every 3rd Thursday.
Yeah.
And the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee, which also meets every Thursday.
Okay.
3rd Thursday.
Did you wish to make a choice as to one or all of those? I mean, it's not essential that a council liaison appear and attend every commission meeting. They just need to be available on an as-needed basis.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, I would like to continue with it, yeah.
Okay, well, the main motion has been to appoint Vice Mayor Verderaliga. I will offer an alternate motion to appoint Councilmember Arriola. We'll vote on the substitute motion to appoint Councilmember Arriola first. Okay. Okay. No.
Okay, Mayor, you can start voting now.
Okay, yeah, the substitute motion is to appoint Councilmember Arriola to the Surface Advisory Board.
I'm showing 2 non-vote. No, okay. So motion fails with Councilmember Arriola and Mayor McConnell supporting.
The results are that the alternate motion to appoint Councilmember Arriola failed on a 5-2 vote. So we will proceed to the main motion, which is to appoint Vice Mayor Liga to the advisory board. Please take the vote on that.
Motion carries with Councilmember Arriola and Mayor McConnell opposed.
Thank you very much. That completes the consent calendar, and we will move on to the action calendar.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Sorry, the item before you on the consent calendar was a resolution to repeal a previous resolution, number 22011, making all the other appointments and adding this appointment formally. So if the council, just as a cleanup matter, could, with the substitution of the vice mayor as the appointee to the Surveillance Advisory Board, if you could pass the resolution in your packet, which cleans up all of your appointments. They're all the appointments you previously made, plus this new one, which was never on the list until now.
All right, the chair will offer that motion. Please take the roll, the vote.
What are you asking?
You're voting on the whole of the appointments with the change that was just voted on with the substitute motion, or with the with Councilmember Dew's motion.
I have one non-voting registering. There we go. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That will conclude the consent calendar. We'll move on to the action calendar, number 9. Naveed, would you start the virtual sign-up for the 2-minute clock on this item and ask the city clerk to call the item, please?
Consider options for alternative location of police headquarters building. 2, consider and possibly establish and make appointments to a city council ad hoc subcommittee or provide direction on the establishment of a... Am I reading the wrong one?
No, you're right. It's really soft.
Hmm?
A little closer to the mic, please.
I'll start over. Can you hear me now? Consider options for alternative location of police headquarters building. 2, consider and possibly establish and make appointments to a city council ad hoc subcommittee or provide direction on the establishment of a standing committee relating to same. Or 3, possibly adopt a resolution authorizing the submission of a financing application to the California Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank in an amount not to exceed $30 million for the design and construction of a police headquarters facility at 400 Mare Island Way.
Thank you, Rich. Do we have a presentation?
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Community. Terrence Davis, Interim Assistant City Manager. With me tonight, I have Christina Lee, who's our Public Information Officer, and then also Bruce Plell with Indigo, who has been an architect involved on the project and who was here at our last discussion about this. Tonight's agenda here is to talk about 3 different items. Christina's going to talk to us a little bit about the community outreach process that the council directed at the March 8th meeting. And then we'll also talk about some potential alternatives and some options for council, and then go from there. Next slide, please. I think I just went over this. We'll also recap our financing strategy and then talk about potential options, and then, of course, have a discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Christina to talk about the community engagement process and the results.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council, members of the community. Christina Lee, I'm the Public Information Officer here at the City of Vallejo. Community outreach was conducted March 9th through April 9th, 2022. How we approached that is we launched a web page on our My Vallejo platform for the police headquarters. The community engagement mapping tool and survey was available on there. The mapping tool allowed people to drop pins on sites that they thought would be appropriate alternative locations for the police headquarters. And the survey afterwards asked them briefly about what their reasons were for placing their pin in that location. We printed approximately 4,000 flyers, postcards, and bookmarks for distribution throughout the city. And those were distributed at various meetings, in some businesses, and also using some of our volunteer groups, there was canvassing door to door. We also posted digital ads on the Bay Ferry. We posted on our social media platforms and published information about this mapping tool in the Vallejo Weekly, which comes out every Thursday. I mentioned canvassing neighborhoods in each district. We also held 3 community workshops. The intention of the workshops was to help people with the mapping tool. We also provided paper surveys and mapping tools for those who either didn't have internet access or a device, so that they were allowed to also have input in this as well. We hosted pop-up booths at the Vallejo Farmers Market. We were there on Saturday, March 26th, April 2nd, and April 9th. And again, we also offered printed surveys there, which we collected many and input that data. Next slide, please. So for our community engagement results, you can see the map available here. It was an aggregate. We had just slightly, I believe, over 200 pins dropped in the course of 4 weeks. And what we ascertained was that the site recommendations, I don't believe ranking in this particular order, but were the current VPD headquarters at Main and Amador, the City Hall, here where we are, JFK Library, 400 Mare Island Way, and various former vacant commercial sites and other vicinities not also specific to an existing parcel or building. And some of those various former vacant commercial sites included the Walmart on Broadway and 29, or I'm sorry, Broadway just past 37, and also the former Rayleigh's. Thank you. I'll pass it to Terrence Davis.
Thank you, Christina. And so you'll see here as we go through this, one of the requests from the council, or the direction from the council, was to do a very high-level preliminary look at some alternative locations. And as I go into this, I want to acknowledge members of the community who may have picked a particular commercial property. And we're not going to explore those tonight specifically for a couple of reasons, but essentially, most of those properties are not for sale, so we don't have access to that information, nor could we get into the sites to look at them in this short period of time. Certainly, and we'll talk about how we can apply some general kind of criteria to any particular property to get some high-level understandings about cost. And so, again, I want to caveat, the costs that we're going to talk about on this slide here are what we would say the 50,000-foot level. These are conceptual costs because we haven't had the time or the access to do many of the analyses that we would typically do to get more defined costs for a particular project. But we did this as an opportunity to kind of do some apples and apples comparisons about the various options that the community expressed interest in. And so with that, I'll walk through the 4 options that you see here. Main and Amador, that is the location of the current VPD headquarters. That site was built in the 60s. It's called the Municipal Services Complex, so it also contains the corporation yard for Public Works, for our maintenance staff, and also for water distribution maintenance staff. That's also the location of our current fleet shop, and we have 400 plus vehicles. So we have lifts, it's a full auto mechanics shop there. We also have storage for vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. You get the point, but that is that entire location. So we made assumptions about the footprint needed to build a 60,000 or even 45 plus thousand square foot facility that we would need to take up that entire site. The cost estimate for that is, right now, the high level estimate is $49.8 million. And that there are additional costs associated with relocating of the city's courtyard. And so moving on to another city property, which was also mentioned, is Santa Clara Street, which is essentially the dots were dropped at City Hall or JFK, kind of in this general campus. And so we took a look at the JFK facility, which is over 60,000 square foot. It's a large building, and the cost for that renovation or retrofit is $38.1 million. Again, estimate. That's without actually going in and doing all of the analysis that we've done on other properties. There, with that assumption, would be certainly additional costs for relocating the existing tenants. The main tenant, that is a city-owned facility, but the main tenant is the Solano County Library, who operates that. And there are also some other tenants, nonprofits located in that building. So those costs to relocate the library, we don't know. That's something we would have to take a look at. And then also our other tenants, which we'd have to look at trying to accommodate. We've talked about 400 Mare Island, and again, in an effort to try to do apples and apples comparison, we know that cost is $30 million. That there are some other costs that have been spent for what we would call site acquisition. So if you look at total project costs, it is $43 million. So again, apples and apples. We spent $13.4 million and actually spent another $1 million on design. So call it $44 million if you want to do apples and apples. But just wanted to show some of the costs associated with site acquisition. And then finally, we have a hypothetical site. And you could take this model and apply it to almost any parcel. And without knowing the conditions of the site, what the former uses were, the environmental conditions, what type of services are there, it's very difficult to know. But generally speaking, to build new construction, that cost is around $56 million. Additional costs are likely to be associated with what we would call public improvements or site improvements if we needed to upgrade the signals or put in crosswalks or any of those improvements for traffic, to allow for traffic as an example. But then also, depending on the location, as some members of the community expressed an interest in some vacant buildings or parcels around town, and those costs for acquisitions are unknown, we would have to get direction from the council to go into negotiations to acquire those particular parcels or properties. And so those costs, those additional costs wouldn't be known at this point in time. But I want to go back just quickly to talk about the Main and Amador location, and you see that there's similar costs, and that is because, in essence, just like that building will be demolished if we built from new. We built on top of it, you know. So essentially, you see the differences. That $59.8 million includes some of the demolition costs that we already know. And so that's why that number is slightly higher, because we know a little bit more, obviously, about that facility. We know a lot more about that facility. So if you want to look at a comparison, that's some of the criteria we looked at. So next slide. So I won't go through these, and they're very small, but this is just here to show the very quick site analysis that we did in the last 30 days. And really, I want to thank our architect, who's so skillful in being able to pull zoning information, environmental and planning information, other site information, and do these in concert with city staff, do this analysis. But this is a way we can apply a template to really any property, any site, fairly quickly get high-level numbers as we start the feasibility process. This is the very beginning of feasibility analysis. Obviously, there's much more work and costs will be associated with doing detailed analysis. But next slide, and we can just breeze through these, but certainly I wanted to just show kind of the analysis that led to those numbers. They weren't out of thin air. They came from this analysis in terms of looking at the various pros and cons, some of the restraints, or constraints, I should say, of the particular sites. Next slide. And so I think this information is available on our website and was posted. So hopefully in that format, if anyone has questions about a particular location, you can see the detail behind a particular property. Next slide. Next slide. So one of the options before the council, this item was continued from March 8th. And we did talk about the 400 Mare Island Way project at that time. So this is a reminder of what was proposed and still one of the options in front of the council. And that is to authorize the city manager for a $30 million application to California iBank And based on, at the time of the March 8th meeting, we haven't updated these numbers, but those payments were estimated to be in the 1.5 to 1.68 million for a 30-year term. And that was based on assumptions around proposed loan rates between 2.2 and 2.8. And just as a reminder, the way that iBank works, they provide funding to municipalities for these types of projects, but they, as a state agency, go out and get secure funding, go out into the bond market on our behalf, and then they can provide those loans to us at whatever they secure them at that point in time. They go out to the market several times a year. My understanding is that they'll be going back out into the market sometime April, May, and so those rates could be the same, less, higher, we don't know. This is an application process, no different than when we apply for a home loan or a car loan. You really don't know until you go through the application process. You make some assumptions based on what the market rates are, and then you make the application. But they are subject to change based on the approval, final approval process. And we talked about at the last meeting, so I won't spend a lot of time, but we talked about the approval process. The authorization tonight would be to start the loan process. Any funds, if we were awarded, our application was approved, those funds would have to come back to the council for appropriation into the budget process, which is a two-step process. So they would come back at some point later. Next slide. And so the options before the council, we really, per the staff report, have laid out 3 options for discussion and consideration. One is to direct staff to conduct further analysis on any of the alternative locations that were raised through the community engagement process or others. And then another option would be to establish either ad hoc council subcommittee, which would be 3 members of the council, no more than 3 members, or a standing committee that could have a composition that could include members of the public, the police department, whomever the council determined should be on that committee. That committee would be subject to the Brown Act, so it would have to notice its meetings just as we do for this meeting. And that committee, at that point, either of those committees can make further recommendations to the full council. The final option still before the council is to authorize the city manager to submit an application to iBank for 400 Mare Island. And that is the third option that was continued from the March 8th meeting again. Next slide. So that concludes the staff presentation, and as I indicated, our architect, PIO, and I am here for any questions.
Thank you very much. The chair notes that this council has been in one session or another since 4:30. It is now 10 after 9. Do you care for a break?
Mm-hmm.
I see affirmative breaks. So we will take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, if we could quiet down and come back to order, we will get started again. Thank you. Resume your seats, and we will put this into the hands of the council. Are there any council members who have any questions about the staff report or the presenters? No, just from council to start with. Any council members who wish to ask a question? Yes, council member Do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Davis, you had on one of your slides a preliminary cost to convert JFK to the police headquarters. I think it was like $38 million. Is that like a first phase, or is that like a full? I mean, obviously, I get that it's a high-level estimate, and I'm not tying you to this, but what exactly was, or as exact as possible that you can tell me that entailed?
Sure, and I may punt a little bit of this to our architect, but so this is an assumption around converting a certain amount of the space. So it wouldn't be a conversion of the entire library. It will be for enough space for the police to conduct operations. So in that way, there may always be some future phases as their operation grows, as we look at their future needs. But this is essentially looking at providing, I think, about 42,000 square feet of space. That is shy of the 60,000 that their future needs predict in terms of their operations. And I don't know, Bruce, if you want to elaborate in terms of that number.
Sure. And so what we did is to try to ensure that this was as apples to apples.
You're talking really loud. I can't hear you.
So,
microphone. Press one more time. Press one more time.
Okay.
There it is.
It should be red.
It should be red.
One more time.
Hit it one more time.
Should be red.
No, down on the button. Bottom button. I don't know. Navi, do you want to look at it?
Go to the podium.
Can you unmute?
Unmute.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, how about that? Can you hear me? Okay, up. I'm going up.
All right. Now we can hear you.
All right.
Great.
So I'll push this a little farther away. So back to the question at hand. What we did to make the comparison amongst these four sites as apples to apples as we could at the 60,000 foot level that Terrence mentioned is to compare the area that we could deliver from the Mare Island site, which is about 65,000 square feet with addition. And we looked at each site with 65,000 square feet roughly in play. And not all of that would be fully developed. So at Mare Island, as Terrence mentioned, some of the difference between that and the 40,000, 5,000 square feet would be lesser developed. It would be more like tenant improvement area that we leave undeveloped, but the police department could occupy in that building as they do today. And so the number for the JFK project, that building being about 92,000 square feet, we're just reconfiguring about 65,000 square feet of it. However, because the building would have to be brought to essential service building standards as a police building, there's a significant amount of cost that would be put into the structure of the building, the entire building, to bring it up to code for public safety use. So the long and short of it is that number for Maine and Amador, 59.8, would be enough to move in. The building would be strengthened, and we would inhabit about 65,000 square feet for the police use. And each of the numbers that you've seen have similar comparison marks. So if you were to do the complete, if you were going to be doing the complete building, it would be a higher level of cost.
Mm-hmm. And then did you do any analysis in regards to locating the library into Mare Island Way?
So Councilmember Do, we did not do any analysis of that use or of converting that particular building into library uses. What we do know, we have some preliminary numbers in terms of some of the structural improvements that would need to be made, but those are really ballpark numbers at this point, not really knowing how the library operations would be situated. And I just want to point out, I think some folks think, as I kind of did initially before I was really educated in terms of the load requirements for libraries, you can't just move those stacks of books and all of that library equipment into an office building. You still have to do some structural reinforcement to be able to handle the loads of the stacks of books. And so there still would be some additional cost. That number's not quite known.
Okay, and then I had actually thought that, I know our public safety dispatch really needs to be relocated desperately, and I had actually thought they'd already been relocated to somewhere else. But I believe the talks were further along in terms of moving them to Mare Island Way. Do we have any specific figures around that?
We do have some estimates in terms of relocating the dispatch to 400 Mare Island Way, and that cost right now is $1.5 to $2 million to relocate. Most of the stations and the equipment that they use are transferable, but there is still some additional costs associated with that to improve the systems at that site, et cetera. So that's about $1.5, $2 million is our estimate for that.
And could they exist separate from the police department?
They certainly can. There's some cities that have that model where their dispatch is located in a different facility, so that is certainly doable.
Okay. And so I heard a presentation from iBank, I think it was last week, and I know that money is first come, first served to all communities. So I'm curious if there was a way to change the resolution that's before us tonight to authorize the city manager to submit a financing application for 505 Santa Clara Street for the $30 million.
Excuse me, sorry. As noticed on your agenda, it's pretty specific for the iBank loan itself. But I do think if that is in the interest of the council, we could bring back at a subsequent meeting noticed that action if the council so desires. It could even be at a special meeting in the interest of time relative to the loan and interest rates, et cetera. So if that option is the option, and you have full authority this evening to talk about all options because options was the first thing on the agenda. So to the extent that the council discusses options and feels that that is a viable option or an option that you'd like to pursue or get more information on, then certainly direction to bring that back and bring it back swiftly is something that would be within the council's purview.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. That is all my questions for now. I'll hold my comments till after public comment.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Verdoliga.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, if we are to look at the JFK Library as the alternative site for the police department, how much time do you need to take a deeper dive into the cost? And then also moving the dispatchers, because the police department has several units. There's the dispatchers, there's the investigators, special investigations, and other units. It's not just the sworn officers. So what would be, and I believe I've spoken to Mr. Malone about the dispatchers because their situation is really dire. The room where they're in is just, to me, I don't want to use the word uninhabitable. They should move out of there. It's very tight, it's very cramped, and we are having problems recruiting for dispatcher positions. We have 9 vacancies, there's 18 positions, and only 9 folks are working, and they're working overtime, they're stressed. And it affects the safety issue, meaning responding to calls is being impacted. So I would support moving them to Mare Island Way. Now, JFK, my earlier question is, how long will it take for you to take a deeper dive in terms of estimates? And then there's also a nonprofit organization, their Fighting Back Partnership is on the 3rd floor. And there's not a big staff, but take that into consideration. And then we have the sister city room, also downstairs in the library. It's a one room, and also to take that into consideration. But those are minor moves, I think, that can be done with minimum cost, I think, if they are to move out of there, or if they can stay there. I don't know how that's going to look like, but so that's my question. Thank you.
So Vice Mayor, I would say, and then Bruce can certainly clarify, but generally speaking, because they're city facilities, I would say in 3 to 5 months, we could do that analysis in terms of not only the cost for JFK, but also potential costs for the library relocation to 400, if that's the desire. We'd have to have those conversations with the library staff to understand their operations and their kind of needs. So that may take a little more time, might be subject to something outside of our control. But generally speaking, I would say 3 to 5 months, since we know a lot about those locations, is my estimate in terms of time.
Yeah, because I know that the library was just recently renovated. They're all now on the second floor, and I know that the county has. Do we need to ask permission from the county to move the library from out of there? No, we can do that on our own.
I'd have to look at the agreement again. When the last time that I did look at the agreement was more of an operator agreement than it was a lease. So they're operating what is essentially our facility. But I can go back and look at that and bring that information back as well if the council so decides that you want more information on this option.
Okay. Good. And then one last question. If the council goes in the direction of forming an ad hoc committee that is just going to be 3 council members, similar to the marijuana ad hoc committee where you do not need notice because it's not a Brown Act issue. Am I correct? Okay. And they can meet, the 3 of them, at any time they wish to with the staff? Yes. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Councilmember Loria Diaz.
Yes, I have a lot of comments that I will make at the end, but I just want to address Councilmember Dew's concern about the dispatch being separate. When Councilmember Meissner and I went to Salinas, they did have their dispatch separate. In fact, they have it centralized for the county. So from the different cities, they have it in just one location. And the building that we looked at was all the other departments. As far as fighting back and Sister City being at the building, it's going to be very easy to accommodate them someplace else. So that's, to me, is not even an issue. Let me see, the library, the way I look at it, Madam Attorney, is they're our tenant. That's our building. So we should be able, as a landlord with a building with a tenant, to be able to move them. Now, we're not displacing them. We're going to give them a waterfront view. So if anything, they should be happier with that, and our children will be happier with that as well. So this is something that I would definitely consider, and I will leave the rest of my comments until the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meissner.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some similar questions. The library moving to Mare Island Way. I don't know if there's been any approach to the county. I mentioned it to Supervisor Brown a year ago, and she said absolutely no money from the county, but maybe they might change their mind. I don't know. But I know the library very well. My husband used to work there, and he retired. But that building, I'm sure they would love to move, because that building is really problematic right now for the library for various reasons. But one of the things, we've already talked about dispatch, and we have some other areas that we have a bit of a staffing crisis in the police department. I don't even want to mention it in public because it's kind of scary. Some of the certain departments are so low on staffing, and so we have a bit of a crisis. And I want to make sure, if we're to look at JFK, I want to make sure that we can still address the staffing crisis it's somewhat related to the space, I think. Like the dispatchers, if they could be moved to Mare Island Way, temporarily or whatever. If they don't have to be all together, and then maybe some other departments as well, so that we can address some of the really critical issues right away if we're to take a look at JFK. So I don't know if you have any comments about that, but thanks.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. So I guess my question would be, based on some of my colleagues' questions that they've brought up, how long, I mean, approximately, if we moved temporarily the dispatchers over to 400 Mare Island Way, at what point would the library be ready to move the rest of the police department over? I mean, do we have any idea?
Councilmember Brown, we haven't looked at that yet. As we talked about, high level estimate. I guess we could give you, Bruce may have some preliminary kind of thoughts around that, just understanding the general footprint of the building. So I don't know, Bruce, if you have some thoughts on that you want to elaborate. If not, well, I'll say we don't necessarily know any finite kind of times at this point. We haven't done enough analysis.
Bruce?
Well, so your question is moving police into the building, and how long would that take?
Well, my question is, because I'm kind of hearing an incomplete plan. It's, hey, let's move the dispatchers over, which I think is important, but I also think it's important to make sure that all of our officers get out of a building that could be hurtful to their health. So my question is, at what point would everyone else be moving?
Okay. Well, it would depend on how we approach it. If we phase the construction, which tends to increase the cost somewhat, we would be doing part of the building so that you could keep the inhabitants that are in it working, and then build the rest of it so that the rest of the police could move in. So that might take 2 years to complete and get everybody moved in. There's just a few comments to consider. That building has its issues, of course. It's an office building, and we've determined, we know a little bit more about it as a police building, and we have, thanks to the creativity of our structural engineer, come up with a way to reinforce the braces in the building to make it laterally resistive for police building or central service building use. That's going to cost about 2% of the whole construction, which in construction parlance is very good value, money to benefit ratio. But that work should be done first, if you can, is get the structural improvements done so the building is hardened in case of an earthquake, basically. Then what you'd like to do is get that done and then move everybody in all at once. So that would be ideal from a construction standpoint, but given the pressing need for dispatch and others in the department, maybe it makes sense to do a partial move-in. And as a library, the building becomes quite difficult. As Terrence pointed out, stacks and books have to be put in the building. Those increase the weight quite a bit. And so there's quite a bit more structural work to do to make that building into a library. You can do it, we can do anything, but it would be sort of quite an expensive operation to do that.
By expensive, you say 38.1 million?
The structural work alone to bring that building into a library use could be $7 or $8 million. It would be extensive.
Okay.
So I'm just giving you, real ballpark information at this stage so that you can take it into consideration. Again, we can do anything. It's just at some point there becomes a value, decision to make versus getting the right uses in that location.
Okay, I think that if we're going to consider Santa Clara, I would like to have a clear game plan on when everyone will be moving out of the building. I think that the dispatchers are important. I think that the actual frontline people who are protecting our city are just as important. I mean, nobody should have to be in a building that has carcinogens or anything like that. So I just think that we need to come up with a game plan. I think that it'd be a little impractical and irresponsible for us to just say, well, we're going to move the dispatchers, but we really don't have a clear understanding and clear pathway to moving everybody, because that should be the point, I would think. As Vice Mayor said, the only thing we're talking about is our deficiencies with our dispatchers. What about our deficiencies with police officers, deficiencies with officers who want to make a difference, do the right things, and things like that. So I think that, man, it's easy to sit there and run your mouth from the back. If you got something to say, come up here and say it.
Okay,
you don't-
okay, no dialogue.
Well, then control your crowd. But like I said,
Brown, come on.
no, but
Let's-
like I said,
go
it's my
through it.
turn to speak, so I would ask that we have some
Well,
quiet.
then please speak.
Okay.
And the audience, please give him the respect that he is as an elected officer.
So yeah, that's what I was saying, is we should have a complete plan, and that's what I would like to see, is an actual complete game plan, step by step, so that everyone knows, including the citizens, to our officers, to dispatchers, to council, everyone knows what is the step-by-step process that we're going to get all of our employees out of a building that they shouldn't be in. And I think that that's very important, and I'd like to hear that part of the plan instead of just the front end and moving the dispatchers, because I know the dispatchers are in a very tough situation. So is everyone in that building. And so I just would like to know, what is the game plan for moving everyone and treating everyone with the same amount of urgency. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Arriola.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a real quick question. I'm going to reserve until after I hear our community speak. They've been waiting, quite a while, so I'd like to get to that as soon as possible. Regarding 111 Amador, in your report, in your slide report, you talked about square footage and what's required. It sounds to me like that square footage is something that if you're imagining a brand new police station there, building from up, because we all know it's a poisonous building. There's it's not even an argument. We know that. So if we were to build from scratch, knowing that the amenity, the infrastructure is already there, we've got, need upgrades for the actual equipment, but we have an infrastructure, so you're not building on a plot of land. You've got the core yard, as you mentioned, for all the fleet, 400 cars, the fleet. I know we have other city property where those cars could be stored. You have a gas station there already, fuel tank, fuel pump. I'm seeing for 111 Amador in a tiered building and not a one-level flat building. You still have that sally port, right, down on the side. That's still there. First floor is community reception area and clerks behind the window. And then your offices up and back. That's how I'm visualizing it. What was the square footage that you said that the plot or the acreage out there is not big enough?
So, council member, if you look at all of the property that the city has there, that is inclusive of 111 Amador, which is the police station, plus our corporation yard, in total it's just under 6 acres. The police headquarters currently is 20,000 square foot, so it takes up about an acre of that site, if that. And they have some modulars there that they've used for training and other things over time. So in order to get the police to kind of their future state, desired future state, in terms of if you project out 2040, 2050, the type of facilities that they need and consolidating them from various locations into one, that number was 60,000 square feet. So that was the target for any retrofit or for any future new station. So certainly there's opportunities to do something different than that, but that's always been the objective in terms of getting them there. So the reason we talked about making assumptions that if we built a facility there, we would need to relocate the corporation yard because the police building is landlocked on a little 1 acre portion of the site, I should say. So we would have to essentially dislocate some portion of our existing other city operations in order to build a facility. Certainly, there's options to go build a little 4-story building or do some tiers, as you said. I think those are all options. They get to be very expensive, and we also have to recognize it is a residential neighborhood, so we want to make sure that the use is in line with the neighborhood use as well. So, for a tiered site or a high-story site may not meet the needs of the community. But anything's possible. And just to clarify again, That site, as everyone has heard ad nauseum, has issues. Because of its age and deferred maintenance, the cost to renovate that site is likely more expensive than just to knock it down. There's a tremendous amount of abatement, remediation of hazardous materials that needs to happen, and that's all very costly. And if you do that while you have people working in the building, it gets even more costly. So I just want to create context in terms of why we're making assumptions about the entirety of the site. We could look at a smaller portion, but those were the assumptions that we made.
Right, and quite honestly, none of that work would be done. We would move the department and their various offices temporarily over to 400 Mare Island Way or some other satellite location. I mean, don't be silly on this one. Of course, we wouldn't be doing work there. The idea of it being suitable for a residential area, we flip permits all the time here. There's a building on 400 Mare Island Way that was for mixed-use office, not public space, and that permit got flipped just like that. So I'm sure the city can figure a way to change the permitting process in a residential neighborhood. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor, could I say something real quick?
Yes, Ms. Malone.
So I think as we consider the various options, I think what we would like as staff tonight is direction on to either go and do a more deeper dive and develop a plan. I think when we took this step in March, we knew we would not have the answers to all the questions tonight. It was just not enough time for us to do the proper analysis and come up with a plan once we identified some of the sites. So if council wants us to consider JFK, and that's the direction, I would like for us to provide that direction. We will go back and do a deeper dive, whether it's through an ad hoc committee or some other body that the council decides on. Realize that, as Terrence says, we're talking 4 to 5 months to do that analysis and a plan on how it would be implemented and come back to council at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Anything further, Councilmember? Okay. It's actually good to hear that, because I think our original estimate that we received when we started on this path was $90 million for a brand new building. It does raise a question, though, that I want to ask about, and if you could go back to that slide that has those alternate sites on it. That's the one. The last one, hypothetical site. Was there a specific location that you had in mind when you came up with the estimate of $56,100,000? $56,100,000?
Mr. Mayor, we used the Rolling Wood property that the city owns to make some assumptions. And that was because that was, as we started feasibilities, worked in 2018. That was one of the sites that was considered.
Okay, well.
That is just for the purposes of showing a hypothetical. As I indicated, you could take that and apply it to any particular property around town.
Okay, and that's 10 acres out there, as I recall, right?
I believe it's 7.
7, okay. And then the notation is on this slide, on hypothetical site, is additional cost for the acquisition. We already own Rollingwood, so what additional acquisition cost would be part of this $56,100,000?
So, Mr. Mayor, this was an attempt to provide some information for the public based on our community engagement process. And the community didn't select Rollingwood. Generally speaking, they selected commercial properties that have vacant buildings. And I didn't think it'd be appropriate for us to talk about a site that's not for sale. So we used this number from our Rollingwood analysis to provide context to do an apples and apples comparison. Depending on the site that was selected, if it was another city property or if it was an existing commercial property, those costs could vary, but we just wanted to show an example.
Okay, it's my understanding that the property on Sonoma at Redwood, where the old Walmart building once upon, or Kmart building once upon was is now in contract with a private vendor. So that's no longer on the table, is it?
My understanding, and if I can, I'll have interim assistant city manager Gillian Hayes talk about that.
Is this on? Oh, it's on. Yes, Mr. Mayor, there's some conceptual application for a mixed-use project at the site.
Okay, and the location where the old Walmart building is on Sonoma and by Meadows Drive, that's also under development, is it not?
Yes, the owners also have a conceptual application for mixed-use housing and retail and whatnot at that site as well.
Then the third site that has been suggested has been the former Rayleigh's Shopping Center and the gym, the 24-hour fitness gym there, with the building off to the side, which I know the IRS used to be there because I used to go to it all the time. That is under lease to Kaiser, but it lapses in 2 years. Is that not correct?
I believe that is still in a lease. We obviously aren't involved in private party leases, but I did get a call from a housing developer, I want to say maybe 9+ months ago, about redoing that whole shopping center with a potential multifamily housing. So not sure where the status is on that one.
Where the 24-hour fitness gym facility used to be, do you know who owns that or what its present status is?
No, I could look it up on our GIS mapping system, but I don't know off the top of my head who the owner is.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all the questions I have. We have a number of speakers, so let's get into that. And the virtual sign-up clock is still running, but Vice Mayor, how many in-person speaker cards do we have?
Okay, we have 22, I believe. 22. No, that's for
22.
Yes. So I can.
Now let's give them 3 minutes. We'll go for it. So start calling them in order, please, and we won't be taking any more in-person sign-up cards, please. So go ahead, start calling them.
Okay, I'll call the first 5. Please come up. JD Miller, number 1. Number 2, Daniel Levin. Number 3, Kimberly Nunez Brandau, sorry. Number 4, Mishel Adolph. And number 5, Rick Perez.
Mayor and Council, I'd like to compliment you on the committee work that you did this evening. It reminded me of my time on the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee back in '92, '93. And that kind of changes the nature of my comments. First of all, when we served on the committee, they gave us a clear end result. They said that what we want you to do is give us a way of budgeting so that we don't end up in bankruptcy. That was pretty much what we were given. We gave them a recommendation. They chose not to follow it. I'd like to believe that every one of you sitting on the council, the reason you're there is because you want to make Vallejo a better place to live, to work, and to raise kids and to grow up in. And I think that that's a criteria we should be using tonight to make the decision. It's all over the place. This costs this much. The location has got all these problems right here. The people who are there already have problems right there. We should move them out yesterday. I think that's the wrong way that you make the decision, particularly if you've got a long-term vision. And what was pointed out by one of the speakers is, and I think it was even the mayor, is, and Mr. Brown, is that you're looking for a location that's going to be functional for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And so making your decision, you have to say, okay, 10, 20, 30, 40 years, do I see a police presence on the waterfront? I mean, the first thing that cropped in my mind was these TV shows where the police cars come speeding out of the garage and going out on the street. We got kids down there in the waterfront. That is a public space. You spend a lot of time on talking about the cost. The cost is the last thing. You should decide, okay, what is it we want, and then where are we going to get the money to pay for it? Then you can buy back all the things that you know you can't afford. The last thing right here is that you have 3 options. The first one is you got to find an alternate. And I think the community spoke loudly. The waterfront, there's a bunch of other places they think are a hell of a lot better than the waterfront. Look at the numbers there. The second thing, though, is that you don't start talking about going out and borrowing money before you even know what you want to do. I mean, as Councilmember Brown said, I want a plan that's going to work. And the comments that each of you made, I think the best thing is option 2, get the council off, make it a citizens committee just like the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee.
Yes, Daniel Levin.
Hi. I liked what I heard tonight also because it makes me think that this is going to be given some more consideration. So it changes what I was planning to come up and say. I actually wrote out a speech this afternoon and I had to just dispose of it. So let me just focus on a couple of things that I think are still important points to get across here in this little bit of time I have. First of all, I want to emphasize I'm not anti-police, I'm not anti-government spending. The police need a better station. I'm totally in favor of that. Okay, so don't misinterpret anything I'm about to say as being opposed to that. Like JD, who just spoke with you, I think the important question is where this thing gets built. All right, I looked at the numbers that were shown up on the screen. Of course, they're conceptual. No way we can talk about the price until we have more details. So I can't even get into, even if the numbers are reasonable any more than you can at this stage. But location we can talk about. And I just want to make 3 really quick points that have to be taken into account. And it goes beyond just the price. And those are costs, all right? It may cost more to build a police station somewhere else. But if it has other benefits, those costs are worth it, which is, I think, essentially what JD was saying. There are also costs of where you locate it, which turns out to be a big mistake. And let me just tell you a couple of them really fast. It's already a disappointment to me that that building was taken out of commission. I run a small software development company downtown, and about 3 years ago, I was looking for new space, and I actually was looking at that building, but it was no longer available, probably because it was around the time the city bought it. I could not find Class A office space in Vallejo, believe it or not. Here's a city that's trying to accelerate economic development, and a company like mine cannot get Class A office space. That needs to be thought about, in context of the library, where the police goes and everything else. If we want businesses, if we want the jobs, if we want the tax revenue, if we want the business licenses, why would we take a perfectly good building and turn it into a government office, which offers none of those things? I'm not anti-government, but that's a really important question to think about if we are pro-economic development, all right? Number 2, I happen to play recreational tennis over at Amador. And I'm a huge proponent of Vallejo. You ask anybody, I'm always talking about how great a city this is. I spend half my time between sets, and I should tell you, I'm not going to blame this on the police. They're not the reason that I double fault or miss shots, but I spend half the time between sets explaining to these people coming from Napa and Santa Rosa and other cities, don't worry about all those sirens. They're just down the street coming from the police department. We just happen to be 2 blocks away from the police department. I cannot be the person who stands in front of the ferry building telling the commuters, the visitors, the people going to the wine country, ignore all those sirens that you hear 2 blocks away. So please think about that reputational cost. That could be almost impossible to cure. That could be one of the biggest regrets we ever have, all right?
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Third speaker, Vice Mayor.
Kimberly, Nunez.
Good evening. Here I am again, standing before you, imploring all of you to do what's right. Number 1, the council needs to immediately initiate a police reform model. What are you waiting for? All of the badge benders need to be terminated, along with every individual who knew about it and chose not to report it. The city has an obligation to turn over the badge bending report and court transcripts to the state and federal DOJ and to the public. And you must abandon the waterfront police station and further community input. What you guys claim you did was absolutely lacking. Let's just be honest and decide on another location to retrofit or remodel the current station. And speaking on community input regarding the new police station, is it not a conflict of interest to allow city employees to participate on deciding where this police station should be? I, along with other community members, saw many city employees commenting on the Vallejo website and choosing other locations to build in regards to the police station. Hell, how do we know that police officers aren't logging on, which many of them do not even live here, and pushing for the waterfront property on the City of Vallejo site? This is rigged, clear, and simple. Do what's right, not what you're getting paid for under the table from VPOA, Jumpstart, and other special interest groups that the majority of you, and we all know who they are, have sold your soul to. Do what's right. Stop doing things in your own for your own personal interests. You guys work for us. We elected you. Listen to us. Stop ignoring us. Look at me when I'm talking to you instead of looking at your phone. We all know who that is too, don't we? This is ridiculous. We've come up here time and time again asking for the same thing, asking for you to listen to us, and you just keep ignoring us. It's like you don't even care. It's like this is your city, not our city. You need to work together. We need to resolve these issues. You need to be honest. Stop lying. Just stop lying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kimberly. Fourth speaker, Vice Mayor.
Mishel Adolph, Rick Perez, and then John Riley, number 6.
Oh, there he goes again. Okay. Well, you know, I'm going to call you out. Katie, Aligi, Dew, Brown, you guys got something coming to you for 400 Mare Island Way? Seriously? I'd like to know what we're doing about a seawall. That's going to cost us a lot of money to keep the water out of the first floor of Mare Island Way. Y'all work for us. We don't work for you. We elected you. You, last meeting, you told us to shut up. You know something? That's rude. We didn't tell you to shut up. We may have been loud. Sorry. That is rude. And I can feel your hate for us. You, and Mr. Invisible. He gave up on us long ago. And you have also given up on us. We're not going to go for Mare Island Way. It ain't going to happen. Yeah, I know you're just sitting there looking, you know. I could feel your hate the last time, all the way at 3 in the morning, giving us dirty looks. Because we didn't want to be here at 3 in the morning. And since this is such a hot button topic, we should have, just a meeting on that alone. Not, like, what time is it now? Well, at least it's earlier tonight. Seriously, you guys are really, really can feel. What happened with you? Katie, what happened? You used, there he goes. See ya. Bye, baby. Bye, baby. No, keep going. Keep going. Please keep going. Please keep going. Mr. Brown, keep going. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving, sir. Okay, I'm done. Y'all.
Thank you. We'll move on to our fifth speaker, Vice Mayor.
Rick Perez, John Riley, Danny Bernardini, number 7, number 8, Beau, Difer.
Your Councilmember Brown sure is a rude dude. He, he's talking about all these, taking care of all these officers and stuff and their health. I agree that that building is toxic and it needs to be dealt with, but these police need to be worried about the people and these bullets that come out of their guns, how toxic they are. They kill people. They, why should the public care about the police when the police don't care about the public? And then just watching that presentation a little while ago about that grant money that Shawnee's getting, the police department's getting. You go out there and ask any of these kids about the police, they don't want to call the police. You know why they don't want to call the police? They don't want nobody to get killed. A little innocent kid that probably don't even know how to lie yet. Well, maybe they do about who stole the candy bar or something, but it's innocent stuff. It's not politics and killings and stuff, but it is killings because that's what these kids say. I don't want to call the police. I don't want to see nobody get killed. That's horrible to think that about the police department. The police bring the lethal factor to every call. And then the attitudes they had right now when they were carrying out, what's his name, Masano, whatever his name is. It's like they get enjoyment out of that. They get enjoyment out of dominating people and stuff. And, it's a job. Somebody has to do it, but they don't need to have these stupid smiles on their faces. It's like unprofessional. And you guys are talking about spending all this money on this building. This money should be spent on training for these police to act more professional. It's not right how they're treating the public, how they're murder people. And then what do you got? Your Police Officers Association man, Nicolini, whatever his name is, suing you guys for how much? Come on. You guys are showing lots of pride and loyalty to these guys that don't even take pride in their badges. They bend the corners. They're supposed to be polishing that badge and making it look good, but what are they doing? They're making the whole police department look ugly, and everywhere we see it. We see it. The police are just arrogant asses, just like Councilmember Brown is. So, and then he's talking about my mother. I ought to bring my mother over here to whip his ass.
Our sixth speaker, Vice Mayor.
John Riley, Danny Bernardini, Beau, Difer, and then Ryan Masano. He's not here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, all you citizens at home. John Riley, Executive Director of the Napa Solano Central Labor Council, representing 45,000 members in Napa and Solano County. When I came into the council chambers this evening, I was rushed with deja vu. And as I started listening to the comments and the antics going on, it's turned into Groundhog Day all over again. I got hired in 1978. I stood up there in 1984 and was sworn in as a Vallejo firefighter, one of the proudest moments of my life. Been coming up here for, gosh, almost 40 years, paying attention to what's going on. I was asked to look at this issue, and as I forced myself to watch a few council meetings and watch the comportment still going on in this council chambers, it became very obvious to me that we have separate groups in this chamber, as we always have. You have those that have suffered tragedy that nobody can imagine and are looking for closure. You have members in this audience that, and those folks want to defund and dismantle the police department, and that's not the issue that we're talking about tonight. We have members of this audience that have been trying to dismantle and defund the police department for 30 years. We're talking about a building. I represent IBW 1245 members and the dispatchers that work in that environment, that toxic and poisonous environment that you've known about for about a decade. And they've held off filing charges, complaints with OSHA, because they trusted their staff that there was an end in sight, that they had relief in that building. And I agree that every member of that police department should be out of that building tomorrow, especially if you're going to be looking at other alternatives. It's all about the money. And if you pick another location, what are you going to go after employee salaries again, like we have every decade since I've been involved in this? No matter what you decide, you need to move those employees out of that building right now. Mr. Mayor, I read the article in the paper where you were admonishing your council members that if they voted for 400 Mare Island, that it's their legacy. The legacy is not going to be a building, sir. The legacy is people getting carried out of here, police officers in our chambers, homelessness on our streets. That's the legacy. And so,
Time.
Point of personal privilege, I asked for 5 minutes as the head of a labor organization.
Everybody gets 3. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Pardon?
Everybody gets 3.
Okay, well, that's fine. If they carry me out, will they carry me all the way to my car because my back is...
Mr. Barnadini.
Thank you very much. I hope that you guys can come up with a compromise solution for this issue.
Danny Bernardini, Beau Difer, Beverly McGain.
Thank you. My name is Danny Bernardini. I represent the Napa Solano Building and Construction Trade Council. I represent 19 union construction affiliates. And for once in many times at this podium, I'm not on really either side of the issue. The issue is for you all to decide for a new home for the police department. What I'm asking is that we have trained men and women build that facility for you. I'm talking about a project labor agreement. We're very happy that we struck a deal with the Vallejo Unified School District. We've started 4 projects. Things are going great. And, you know, staff has offered up several alternatives. And, you know, it's up to you to decide which one's fiscally responsible. I mean, I can remember a time when Vallejo didn't have $30 million to argue over. And I'm glad that there's some money to find better facilities for our brothers and sisters over there working in dire conditions. And so I understand we've had some conversations with staff about possibly talking about a project labor agreement, but I would ask the council as well to start considering it. I'll be reaching out and talking about the benefits. We're really lucky in Vallejo right now. We have a pipeline to apprenticeship and to union construction. We're putting a course into one of the Vallejo high schools with our nonprofit partner CTWI. We have classes at the adult school to teach the test to get into the trades, and we have our trades introduction program, 11-week course. We're holding another one in Vallejo this year. And wouldn't it be great at the end of that pipeline to have some local jobs for our local folks to work in? And so while you make this tough decision and while you hear from the public on where you should put it and why you should put it there, I want you to think about the workers that are currently working in bad conditions and the possibility of having our local men and women that are trained, skilled and trained workforce to build your building, do it done right, have no delays, and we'll take care of the pre-construction process to get this thing built quickly and correctly. So you'll be hearing from me again, but I did want to come here and ask for consideration of using a project labor agreement on this project. And, you know, from there we could talk about a citywide project labor agreement so our folks don't have to drive 2 and 3 hours across 2 bridges to go to work. So thank you for your time, and I know it's going to be a long night, so I'll get out of here. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Bernini. Next speaker, please, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Beau Difer, Beverly McGain, Glenn Lovell, I believe, and Carr.
Council, good evening. In light of the earlier conversations, I'll modify what I originally was going to state as new things are being brought to the table. What I will say is that both our city management and our police department are trying to hire new and qualified individuals. But it's more difficult for our police department. Why is it more difficult? strict competition. And what is the sign-on bonus we're offering? A dilapidated building that's unsafe to be in, and a community that is disgruntled, and years of bad reputation. There is a property on the table right now. As you take this back and rethink and rethink and rethink future properties, our police department is suffering, our community is suffering, the safety of our town is suffering. I ask that you not throw out the possibilities of 400 Mare Island Way. It could be a jewel to our town. It could be a jewel at the northern end of our waterfront. It could be a symbol of security and safety to our town and for people coming in. And while we wait and deliberate on this issue, more time is passing, and the problem is only getting worse. So I ask that you guys reimagine that potential down there and consider the possibility of what is already on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Vice Mayor.
Beverly McGain, Glenn Lovell, Ann Carr, David Haldane.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Locating the Vallejo Police Department headquarters on the waterfront is a microcosm of what cities across our nation and internationally are facing, the crisis of class and race. The question before us is, how will our city respond? With caring and compassion, or more guns, force, and violence? Vallejo, our nation and the entire world is dealing with the COVID crisis and the economic fallout from it and the loss of jobs and income. The latest disaster, the war on Ukraine, has, as always, resulted in more deep cuts to the basic services for low-income people, especially people of color. It has forced more of the poorest members of our community even further into poverty. I know this, and you know this. The question before our city leaders is not, do you hear us, but do you care? What does all this have to do with locating our police department? Many of you, including myself, look forward to taking a vacation or having a weekend out of town. But for many low-income people, having a family outing means gathering family at our waterfront. Nothing could be more jarring and disruptive to an already stressed and traumatized family enjoying their precious time together than looking at the police headquarters on Mare Island Way or hear police sirens blaring in their ears. We don't care, we don't have to. It is not us versus them. It is not a unipolar world anymore, and Vallejo is not a unipolar city. It is all of us coming together as one community. It's all of us or none. The role of government is to care for the people, especially the people on the bottom. There will never be enough guns, attacked dogs, jails, or prison to deal with the social problems of race and class. We can't lock it up or fence it out or expect our police to solve the problem for us. Our council gets to choose. Is it chaos or will it be community? You decide. The people have already spoken. Thank you.
Next speaker, Vice Mayor.
Glenn Lovell, Ann Carr, David Haldane, and Ruscal Cayangyang.
Good evening, council and members of the public. My name is Glenn Lovell, here as a representative for Napa Solano Central Labor Council, representing workers across sectors. With full recognition of the complexity of the issues that we see before us and a lot of really important factors and considerations here, We know that it's pretty clear from the staff reports and from the conditions of the public workers in that building that they do need to get out of there. They are in need of an HQ that is not deteriorating and presenting major risk to those public workers, those public servants in the building, your dispatchers, your officers, you name it. So we are in need of a new HQ. The other side to this, alongside, of course, the protection and those workers and their transition to a new safe environment, is, of course, the high labor standards, as pretty well indicated before, in the construction of a new HQ and the opportunities that presents for local residents and good, enduring, skilled jobs there in the construction sector. My final point on that is that, as you see pretty well indicated from the staff reports about how there are differences in the magnitudes of tens of millions of dollars between the options that they have presented. A previous speaker alluded pretty well to a time when there wasn't 30 million ready to be debated by the city. It's very clear that if we need to protect these workers and get them to a new safe environment, it should be done with full consideration of what staff has indicated about doing this in a way that is also a wise investment and has savings to it. And so you do have options before you that cost tens of millions of dollars less. That is money that is needed not just to keep these services going, but money that we have to be investing in the community and in education, workforce development, infrastructure, you name it. And so when you have options that are closer to 30 million rather than 60, that is a major consideration right there in order to keep funds available for investment back into the community. But I yield my remaining time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Vice Mayor.
Ann Carr, David Haldane, and Ruscal, Cayangyang.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm actually encouraged that there does seem to be some discussion of other options than Mare Island Way. So while the JFK Library would not be my first choice as a location for the PD, I think it's better than Mare Island Way. I'll first say, and by the way, my name is Ann Carr, most of you know me. My first preference would be, if I ran the circus, that to ask you to approve the community committee, whether it's a standing committee, I don't know, or ad hoc committee, but include community members. Number two, my preference would be to either sell or lease Mare Island Way so that the proceeds could be used for other buildings for the police, blah, blah. And then, given that there does seem to be interest in using the existing JFK, initially I was really not in favor of that, but if you put the PD in JFK and the library on the waterfront, there's the option of being able to use the library as an attraction. So the library now has a new maker's lending library of tools, etc. You could have workshops, so there could be some tie-in to the activities on the waterfront, which has been something principally that we wanted to save all along, is to make sure that we protect the tourism and the economic engine that is the waterfront, the cultural destination that's festival grounds. So I do see there could be some synergy. I am sensitive to the issue that Mr. Levin raised, which is literally, in my opinion, the old State Farm building is the nicest office building in town we have right now. Class A building, water view, walkable to the waterfront. My preference would be to try to get money out of it instead of it being a public building. But if you feel compelled to make a decision quickly, then I'm willing to live within those parameters of quickness. I will say that we're in this pickle because Mare Island Way was bought without planning. So it was really a fire-ready aim, like buy the building, now let's do a feasibility study to see if it works for what we want it to do. And oh, by the way, we didn't include community input or perspective at all in that, which is why we're in this pickle now. So not to mention there has been deferred maintenance forever. But JFK as a site for the PD is outside of the liquefaction zone, so it's safer. It's already built like a fortress. It already has evidence, so I can see there are advantages. And with that, my time is running out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Next speaker, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Haldane and Ruscal, Cayangyang, and then Ann Adams.
Good evening, Council. Just some points of clarification on the presentation that we saw. There were 11 out of 120 pins dropped on the Mare Island Way location. 3 of those were from the same person. 1 was confirmed to be misplaced by city staff, and 1 was from the Vallejo Police Department Public Information Officer. Talking about cost estimates before computing engagement or planning goes against the International Chiefs of Police Association as presented by Councilmember Diaz previously and causes confusion as we've seen. The $30 million comparison is disingenuous. I have here the council packet. Approximately 2/3 of the way through, you will find the new term sheet for what's going to be happening. We were comparing 60,000 at each of those locations to precisely, let me just get this here, 42,586 square feet of finished property. So that doesn't seem like a very fair comparison. Also, if you keep going through this same page, and I encourage you to read your packets, it's right here. It shows you the original plan for $37.6 million and how we reduced that down to $30 million. You just optioned out all the things that the previous pages say are good about the police station. That's no good. You're not even giving them what they want. We've had a great time with this community engagement. I really appreciate the effort that you did put in, especially from Arriola, especially from Meissner. You guys did such a great job. Thank you for doing that. I want to read something that came out of that after we were having discussions with the community. The substations were the result of a public wanting more policing in their areas as well as a way to get to know officers that were working in those areas. The north substation was in the Melvin Thompson Shopping Center, and the south substation, which was located in Sonoma Magazine's small strip mall, was to try and build better relationships with the neighborhoods. They served as report writing spaces and bathrooms with some interaction with the community. There was no real staffing. Both officers that were in charge of those stations were respected and well liked by those neighborhoods and worked to build better relationships. The one in North Vallejo was Sergeant Raspberry, who would invite the kids in during summer and give them cold drink to water. He'd interact with them there. He kept their cups with the names on the shelf so that the kids felt they were part of the substation. I can't remember the name of the officer in South Vallejo, but he really was liked by the people because of his involvement with the neighborhoods, going to neighborhood watch meetings, etc. Doesn't that sound like a great interaction with the police? That's a community that loves them. We could get back there. The answer is go back to your original $7.5 million plan of renovating Amador. Reopen the substations. The police department has already taken that first step of appointing 4 lieutenants. Give them each a substation. That's your extra room right there that you can then use to improve those substations and then come back to Amador and fix it up. In the meantime, engage the community. Get us on your side. When the community is on your side, cost is not an issue. And I'll tell you what, if you're pulling down $2.5 million of rent off of 400 Mare Island Way, I think we can afford a better station.
Thank you. Next speaker, Vice Mayor.
And we will all be going to iBank if you vote for this.
Ruscal, Cayangyang, Ann Adams, Shirley Anterberry, I think, and then Andrea Sorce.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ruscal Cayangyang. I am here to give you comments from well over 400 Vallejo residents, spearheaded by a community powerhouse, Ms. Eloise Scott. This proposal needs transparency and the serious scrutiny of public engagement because it crosses several fault lines: moral, cultural, and economics. Considering that city finances are not great and conspicuously in the red, investing a sizable amount of $30 million on a partial retrofit of a police headquarters at the waterfront is, at this point, unconscionable, and it is a moral red line. Besides, the city has to address homelessness and street repair, among others issues and competing interests. Not unless the construction of a touristic police station at the waterfront will solve our homelessness and pothole problems at the same time. It will not. The waterfront site at the proposed police headquarters runs through cultural roadblocks because it is hollow ground for cultural activities, especially for Filipino Americans who conduct the annual festivity of Pista San Nayon and other ethnic social functions of our city. The leadership of the minority communities have long invested on the place, which has become an icon where thousands gather each year to celebrate life and heritage, and it has become a generational event that impacts the lives of a quarter of the population of Vallejo. The economic issue, we believe, the most critical part that arguably does not favor nor bring the proposal to the finish line. The proposed $30 million investment into this building could well be sunk in new places, which likewise at existing locations like 611 Amador Street, which has adjacent parking lots that will serve constituents in the community. Or look at the now vacant Rayleigh's and Walmart buildings in the city. This simplistic view of its economics and not considering the inflationary and pandemic costs on the return of investment. But since this will require, short of an economic and environmental study, we believe it is appropriate now to form a community committee with people sitting at the table to get a better perspective at making this major decision that will, in the end, impact their lives.
Time.
This is far too important to leave to 7 members. This should be a public vote. My name is Ruscal Cayangyang.
Thank you, Chairman. Vice Mayor, next speaker, please.
Ann Adams, Shirley Anterberry, Andrea Sorce, and then Kim de Ocampo.
My name is Ann Adams. At the March 8th council...
You need to speak closer to the mic.
Okay. At the March 8th council meeting, it was stated that the cost of rehabbing the current Amador building would be only $7 to $10 million. I am against both the 400 Mare Island Way location and the JFK Library location because of the extra expenses of relocating and also the poor locations of both of these buildings. For some reason, we have a problem with how money is spent in this town. We have already gone through a bankruptcy. We need to build facilities that will bring money to this town. Converting 400 Mare Island Way into a police station is not only a waste of money, it is a dream killer. There are so many people in Vallejo who have a vision of what Vallejo could be. With all its natural resources and its beautiful waterfront, it just does not make sense to spend $30 million to put a police station on 400 Mare Island Way. As a Vallejo resident and taxpayer, I am not happy about the possibility that I might have to help to pay on a $30 million loan for a police station on prime waterfront property. The waterfront should be reserved for everyone in the community to use, not just for a select few. If the property was used for a community center, hotel, or a restaurant, it could draw people from other towns and the taxes could help pay police salaries. I would prefer to pay on a loan of $7 to $10 million to rehab the current police station on Amador. In regards to the poor policemen who have to stay in a toxic building, I would suggest they spend more time in their cars patrolling the streets where they are needed.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Next speaker, Vice Mayor.
Shirley, that was Shirley, right? Andrea Sorce, and then Kim de Ocampo. Oh, I'm sorry. Shirley Anterberry, please, first. Is Shirley here? Shirley?
Shirley, are you here? No?
I don't see her. Okay.
I guess not.
So,
Go ahead.
Andrea?
Go ahead, Ms. Sorce.
Okay, I just want to get it on the record that Councilmember Brown still isn't in the room. And I mentioned earlier some of the ethics issues, including fair and unbiased decision making and the need to be attentive to public input. And I don't think he should be voting on this item because he has not heard the public comment. And I don't know how to issue a formal complaint about that, but I intend to explore it, and I think the community agrees. So I hate that I had to waste 30 seconds on that, but I think it needs to be said, and I think it needs to be on the public record that he has been absent from the chambers for the entire duration of public comment. The only option today is the subcommittee or the ad hoc committee with the community involved. We need community engagement. We need unbiased, verified info. We need to come up with the right fit for the police headquarters and the right fit for 400 Mare Island Way. We heard it in the discussion earlier. We don't have enough information. We have so many ideas floating around. We need to do the proper research on those. I don't understand why we would vote on something tonight so blatantly against the public consensus and so blatantly against logic. So just to go through the public opposition, over 1,000 people signed a petition opposing this station. We went back and watched the old council meetings. Public comment in 2019, February 2019, March 2021, and March 8th of this year was overwhelmingly opposed. In a couple cases, 100% opposed to the station. The care center opening, we protested on a Monday morning. About 100 people showed up. 60 plus people showed up at the Myra, including 7 current council candidates, and 100% of the people of the people were opposed. And thank you, Councilmember Meissner, for holding that. I think it was really illuminating to see the unity from the community on that. And then we had the mapping tool where, last I checked, I think there were a little over 200 pins, and 10, maybe 12 on 400 Mare Island Way, less than 5%. So it's blatantly against the public, and it's also blatantly against logic. It's not central. It's not near a freeway. It's going to create traffic and safety issues. Driving up today, there's some type of carnival happening on the waterfront, and I just remember driving in here and seeing there's like a Ferris wheel and rides, and there's going to be some type of festival, and you're going to have kids playing, and there's going to be a giant fortress to our murderous police department right across from them. I mean, it's just absurd to think about. And then the elephant in the room that we're not even talking about is the sea level rise. We heard at the last meeting that it was going to be 55 inches underwater by the end of the loan term. I mean, it might be cheaper, but it's fiscally irresponsible. It doesn't meet our needs. Oh, let's go spend a bunch of money on something that doesn't even meet our needs. So the timing crisis, God, I'm down to 20 seconds, but yeah, it's a crisis, but this is a crisis that staff and council created by plowing forward with a bad plan for 3 years in the face of overwhelming opposition. Buying this building deferred the maintenance on Amador, so the issues of the conditions for the officers in Amador and the dispatchers, that's a problem that was created. You all need to fix it, but it shouldn't come at the cost of us and just ignoring the community. Thank you, Ms.
Sorce.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, next speaker, please.
We're down to the last 4 speakers: Kim de Ocampo, Gary Cully, Robert Brekke, and Gretchen Zimmerman. Last speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kim de Ocampo. I've been a resident of the city of Vallejo for 63 years. I wanted to start by saying to you, unless you see our words as weapons, none of you have ever been physically harmed by any of us here. So here you are, simply adding yet another layer of trauma and division on our impacted families and community members. By having us enter through the back door of the City Hall feels like Jim Crow segregation. As I have stated before, the waterfront is not a place for Vallejo police. This building would be best served as a place for community, art, and education for our youth, elders gatherings, offices for nonprofits that do social justice work, conference rooms for training, cultural groups. Our indigenous community could use an office. VPD and the Badge Bending Boys Club do not deserve this building. They are fat takers. They are hoarding everything and give nothing back in return. To go through with this loan would be disastrous to our community, and this will do nothing to heal our community. Thank you.
Next speaker, Vice Mayor.
Gary, I'm sorry, I couldn't read your name. What's your first name, ma'am?
My first name is Gall.
Gall, okay.
Yeah, Gall
I'm so
Cully.
sorry.
Hi.
I apologize.
It's okay. Mayor, Council, thank you. Today I called 911 and no one came. I turned on Maple Avenue from Venetia Road about 8 a.m. and there was a man unconscious in the turn lane. I jumped out of my car and yelled at the woman that was behind the car to call 911. I banged on the window, kicked the door, slammed the window to try to wake the man up. He obviously was ill because he put his car in park. No police came. I prayed this man would wake up. I was desperate to get him. He wasn't breathing. He woke up. There was a bicyclist that helped me direct traffic. He wasn't coherent, but he was coherent enough to put his car in drive, turn the corner, go down Benicia Road, and get on I-80. No police came. I support the police, and I support what the community needs. The community needs the police. I support my community. The waterfront, in my opinion, is an income-generating place, a place to gather, and is not a place for a police station. I believe that the application for the money needs to be filled out. And because time is of the essence, I do believe that. TBD on the police station. If there has to be a central police station, I believe the fairgrounds area is the best location because it's centrally located near 37, near Interstate 80. You have a north-south fairway on fairgrounds. It's also historically the place, it actually was deeded to the city and the county for emergency response and an evacuation center in the case of emergencies. I know you want to develop it. The question that I have is, why have we moved away from district police stations? This gentleman called it substations. There's a little substation right here on Wilson that could be one of our small police stations. I believe that this would be a way of connecting community back to police.
Okay, thank
And
you.
it would also, I'm so sorry, I have to say this last thing, it would shorten the distance and the time that it would take the police officers to reach people like the man that I found in the car unconscious today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor, next speaker, please.
We have two more speakers in person, and that is Robert Brekke and Gretchen Zimmerman. Is Mr. Brekke here?
Sorry. So 400 Mare Island Way should be bye-bye. We should not even consider it for a moment longer. We were to be centrally located as a police station according to our general plan. Civic celebrations happen along our waterfront, Juneteenth, the celebration of cultural diversity like the Filipino community, the Native American community, the Hispanic community, 4th of July. Those are the events. As people have said earlier, families gather there. Families should be enjoying that waterfront. And the things we know we need a police department, there's no question. And the missing ingredient seems to be that we don't want to engage with our public. We don't want to acknowledge the wrongs of our police department. There are good policemen and there are bad. Bad apples rotten the whole of the fruit, all of the fruit. If we don't get rid of the wrongdoers, we will not take care of our problems. There was a presentation at 2 a.m. in the morning about, at the last council meeting, about hazard mitigation. I've studied those maps. It's a deep purple, the worst condition along right where 400 Mare Island Way is. It is that same color purple for it as liquefaction as well as sea level rise. The property is too narrow, the property is not big enough, and the feng shui or the orientation of that building is just totally wrong for what architects, renowned architects in this country that I've spoken with, say it should be. In terms of real estate value, it has better value to Councilmember Verdeliga spoke of when she was against the police department. Why would you put the police department in the most perfect business location? And you have heard from the public over and over and over again. I know that there is movement, but I want to impress upon everyone, and I appreciate Mr. Malone for being downtown last weekend. I appreciate.
Thank you, Mr. Brekke, for your comments. So, Vice Mayor, our next speaker, please.
Ms. Gretchen Zimmerman is our last in-person speaker, and I believe we have virtual speakers as well. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name's Gretchen Zimmerman. I watched part of yesterday's goal-setting meeting, and I noticed the recommendation they made that the bigger the decision, the more time should be spent on it. And that did not happen with 400 Mare Island Way. It got crammed through in February 2019 over 2 meetings where it was like, oh, it's an emergency. If we want the building, we have to get it now or the county's going to get it. Meetings that went till 11 o'clock. Communities spoke up and said no, but no, it was an emergency and we had to decide right now, and boom, we bought it. And then this loan was going to happen almost the same way. We have to get this money now. We have to decide now, or the interest rate's going to go up. This is not the way to engage the community and to make big, important decisions. I know the police need a new station. I would be okay with, dispatch in the library or for one of the offices in 400 Mare Island Way, like that, but it's not our fault that this has taken so long, as other people have said. It's not the community's fault. And when you look at the cost, we shouldn't just be looking at the cheapest. Why does Vallejo only deserve the cheapest? I know we're broke, but we, as other people have said, figure out what we really need, what we really want, and find the money. We can find a way to do it. If the community believes in it, the community will support loans, taxes, bonds, whatever you need. And then remember, if we don't destroy this office building, this Class A office building, we can use that rent money to help pay for, offset some of these costs for the building that the police really need, not square peg in a round hole trying to make something fit that it wasn't designed for, but build them something really appropriate that they really need. I was a little disappointed with the map results. It was only 12 pins last time I looked for Mare Island Way, and some 200 others against. And I have this petition here. It's actually gone up to 1,071 against. I've printed out up to 1,058 signatures against. People don't want it on the waterfront, and we should really acknowledge that. I'm encouraged that you're considering the library. I don't think it's the best location. We haven't been explained why we can't build at Amador. That would be my preference, but anyway, thank you and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. That will conclude our in-person speakers. And Naveed, how many virtual speakers have signed up to speak so far?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 6 speakers.
6. Okay, I will close the virtual sign-up list at this time, and we will call those 6 speakers in order. Proceed with the first one, please. They have 3 minutes.
JD McCourt, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. My name is JD McCourt. Though not a resident, I am the IBW Local 1245 business rep assigned to our members who work for the city and for this community. And on behalf of those members who work under the umbrella of the police department, that would be our communications officers, our operators, our code enforcement officers, our police records clerks, those people that the public actually contacts. I'm hoping that we can offer some food for thought by all parties involved here tonight. The problem at 111 Amador really came to light in a public spotlight in 2014 after the Napa earthquake. Many things have bubbled to the surface since then. I won't beleaguer you with all of the issues, but the facility is definitely fading quickly. Lead releases from the old shooting facilities, lead paint, carbon monoxide releases, asbestos tiles. It's almost as if we were having our members working in one of the abandoned Navy buildings on Mare Island. I know none of us would really consciously expect that of ourselves, much less employees whom entrust the employer by law to provide as safe and healthy a work environment as possible when engineering controls can be provided. We've been patiently waiting year after year in and year out, of promises of an updated, safe, and healthy controlled environment for these key and very critical essential workers to work in. We've held off on filing complaints with Cal OSHA as we try to work with the city to remedy this ongoing unsafe condition. And we've had those promises come to us. IBW Local 1245 maintains a principle of safety first on every job site. From our inception in 1891, the drive has been to keep our members alive in all of the various dangerous industries that we ply our trades in. What we tell our folks is that there is no policy, no procedure, no employer, no cavalry, no knight in shining armor that's ever going to come and keep us safe in reality. We must take that responsibility in the field every day amongst ourselves. But we do have the right to expect as safe a work environment as can be provided by our employers. So 1245 tonight is not taking a political or personal stance on these current very passionate discussions regarding the Mare Island Way building. We do hope that the concerned citizens who we really do truly respect and serve, and the city whom we entrust with providing our members with a safe environment, can see beyond the emotional roadblocks and finally effectuate some much needed progress. Please just do the right thing tonight as we try to get those folks that we represent and all the other human beings at the police department out of these facilities that continue to get them sick as soon as possible. I would like to yield these last 10 seconds on behalf of and in memory of John Silva, our brother who passed away a couple weeks ago.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. We call our second speaker, please.
Jessica Goldberg, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jessica Goldberg, and I am a resident of Vallejo, California. I urge you to vote no on the $30 million loan for a police station at 400 Mare Island Way. Listen to the community. The community is demanding a no on this loan and a no to a police station at 400 Mare Island Way. Engage with the community, study alternative location options, establish a standing committee that includes members of the public to make recommendations to council. Take the time to figure out what works for this community, and then talk about spending money and talk about taking a loan when you know what will work for the community. This is a waste of funds because it does not serve the community. And if the city is permitted to pursue this loan, it is just the start of wasted resources. 400 Mare Island Way is not centrally located. It gets congested with traffic and pedestrians, and an earthquake or flood could cripple the emergency response center, rendering them unable to actually respond to any emergencies. That does not serve our community. But this is not just about the money, as you've heard from so many people tonight. The community does not want a police station on Mare Island Way. The waterfront and the city of Vallejo at large will not benefit from a police station there. The waterfront should be for the community to grow and to prosper. Don't ignore the public outcry. Preliminary site comparisons are not enough. We need comprehensive project requirements, traffic analysis, and other standard studies to determine the best location. Put the community first. Vote no on the $30 million loan. Establish a standing committee that includes members of the public, and vote no on the $30 million loan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll call our third speaker, please.
Maui W., go ahead.
Good evening, council and fellow citizens of Vallejo. I am too a resident of Vallejo. I just want to point out that out of the 200 pins, we've heard this before, the 200 pins that were placed on the interactive map, 11 of them were placed on 400 Mare Island Way. 6 of those 11 pins came from Vallejo Police Department employees, meaning that 5 of 200 pins came from citizens who actually think that this is a good idea, or otherwise 2.5% of the people that took the time to fill out this interactive map and voice their opinions thought that this was a good idea. The waterfront is a cultural meeting area. We have the powwow, Pista de Mayon, as well as an area that many Black and brown families frequent for fishing or just commuting in general. And unfortunately, our police department do not represent peace or safety for many people here in Vallejo. The Vallejo Peace Project is a group that was founded at the waterfront, and we've hosted International Day of Peace there annually next to the Peace Pole. And we are vehemently against having the police department headquarters located there, aside from it being a building that would be better served as almost anything else, a library, a cultural arts center, anything like that. A police department being there it's not smart to have it at the furthest west point of the city with no easy freeway accesses. It just doesn't make a lot of sense in general. Furthermore, I think that it's important that we look into how many officers or Vallejo Police Department employees were actually placing pins on the map, because this is more so for the community. We know that the police, would like to have their department at the waterfront. We understand that, and nobody's saying that they don't deserve a building that is, doesn't have lead and asbestos leaking from every area there. But we just don't think that the waterfront is the best place for it. And I really hope that council does what they've been elected to do, listen to their constituents, listen to the citizens, and make the right decision. The other thing is, after looking over the past meetings where this has been a subject, an average of 80% of the people that spoke at those meetings were against 400 Mare Island Way for the police headquarters. So I implore council to make the right decision, listen to the constituents, listen to the people that you're supposed to be representing, and do what they're asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our fourth speaker, please.
Jamila Hanif, go ahead.
Good evening, council. Everyone tuning in. I am so in support of 400 Mare Island, as I'm thinking about the change in environment of the police staff and the dispatchers. I don't think some people understand how much that change of environment would help, especially, just thinking about the building that they're in right now, the unhealthy working conditions, why aren't we thinking about them, like the staff there, the dispatchers who are taking these calls? They're taking these emergency calls, like how they're feeling just even waking up, having to go to this building. Like, who wants to work in a building like that? And we've been talking about this issue for a long time now. It's been over a year. And they said it was they could have been moved. They could have been moved. The chief is doing all he can to really attract and retain good officers. So we're just going to keep waiting and waiting. And then I understand, with the the bad officers or whatever, but dang, the good officers have to be punished as well. So I'm just all for the change of environment on the waterfront. Like, oh man, just how beautiful that would be and how much it will help attract officers here. I'm thinking about the officers that, forced overtime. Verdaligas, shared how they have 9 dispatch officers. Like, people don't want to come work in that current building that they're in. We are short on police officers because no one wants to come work in the building that they're currently in. Like, I don't understand. Why are we waiting so long? I could have swore we already voted that this was going to be the building. Just allow them to just move in. Give them the change of environment. Let's see what happens from there. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our 5th speaker, please.
Joey, go ahead.
Joey, are you out there? Is he showing? Is this person showing? Unmuted? Muted?
Yeah, Joey, go ahead. You can go ahead and start.
Tell him how to unmute.
So, listen, we all know that this is not the solution. Obviously, there's a problem. The police station needs to be fixed. We need to find a real location, but we cannot spend all of this money on such a small, trivial thing. There's real problems out in Vallejo. People are overwhelmingly against this thing. We've already done this. Like, let's not keep doing the same corrupt thing that we have continuously done. Let's actually listen to what folks are saying. It doesn't make sense. We all know it doesn't make sense. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our 6th and final speaker.
Susan George, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, community members. So many speakers have said pretty much everything that needs to be said, honestly. What is most important to so many of us is that this matter be looked at in a complete way so that we choose the best location for the police headquarters. We choose the best location that takes into consideration our community, our waterfront. I'm encouraged that City Council members are considering another location. I'm encouraged that there is an openness of mind because honestly, it felt like one location was just being shoved down our throats. And I do believe it is incredibly important that we have a committee that includes members of the community, a citizens committee, that this matter be looked at with the time and energy that is required to do a full and complete study. If there are people that are at risk in unhealthy environments, that definitely needs to be addressed, but that can be addressed temporarily. We do not need to make a decision quickly about something that is going to have an impact for decades to come, as well as environmental, very serious environmental concerns. Those need to be studied. I need to say something. I was in the room when Ryan Masano spoke this evening. I am no longer in the room. I'm at home. My partner was so disturbed by what he said. I am a First Amendment. I support the First Amendment. However, if someone is going to spew Nazi propaganda in my city hall, I am going to speak up about it. I'm disappointed that one of the labor leaders was actually incensed with the fact that he was moved out of the room. That says a lot about what his concerns are. People need to be educated about this. It was the Talmud, more than any other book, which the Nazis used as conclusive proof of Jewish inferiority and the racial danger posed by the Jewish people. That said, I cannot imagine how the people who have experienced police bending badges, celebrating the deaths of their children, how they must feel in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. If I'm not mistaken, that concludes all of our speakers. So we will close the public hearing on this portion of it, or at least the public comment section. Return it to the hands of the council for discussion and further action. And who wishes to speak first? Councilmember Lorea Diaz.
I want to thank everyone that spoke today. I think that this meeting went a lot better than the other one. It seems like we're making some sort of progress. It's no secret that I oppose the police department having a station on the waterfront. I think that I've been one of the council members that has come out in total opposition to it. It has nothing to do with the police department. I think that our chief is doing an excellent job in cleaning up, a mess that he inherited. But this is not the location, and I'm going to tell you why, without repeating too much of what other folks have already said. I think that, people have mentioned a lot of stuff that was on my notes. But, the project itself has many flaws, starting with the fact that there was no community outreach done until 30 days ago. We've had the building for almost 3 years, and none of that was done. The International Association of Police Chiefs, that's like the little Bible for the police chiefs, clearly says that, that they must do community outreach. When you have a community and residents that are engaged, you're more likely to not encounter this opposition. And it's sad because this has taken up a lot of our time when we could be working and focusing on a lot of the other issues that we have in the city, like the homeless issues and many housing and all of that. But it is what it is, and here we are. So we need to do the best that we can with what we have right now. So when I ran for city council back in 2020, the topic of this police station kept on coming up. My team and I spoke to thousands of residents from all parts of Vallejo, and minimal amount of people wanted it there. I've heard repeated times that it's a small group of naysayers that cause problems and come to city council and don't want it there. And I have to say that I want to add some facts, because it's not just a small group of naysayers. There was mentioned that there was a petition that was circulated in opposition of this, and to be exact, it was 1,070 people that opposed it. Of those people that opposed the station being there were many community leaders, many people that are on commissions, and 7 candidates that are running for city council. What does that tell you? It's not just a group of naysayers, it's engaged individuals that see that that's not the location for it. That can't be argued. The petition is there. I've reviewed it several times. I received a call, as Ruscal Cayangyang mentioned, regarding community leader Eloise Scott. She called me to let me know that she was not in favor of the police station being on the waterfront. Those that know Eloise know that she's a very engaged individual that has been very politically active and is very well respected by the community. She has a lot of followers, a lot of people that listen to her, and she made that very clear to me. I did not speak on that. I didn't read the letter that she decided to give to Mr. Cayangyang. So I'm just making, acknowledging that. I also spoke to several business owners in Vallejo within the Latino community and other communities, and they expressed their opposition to having the police station there, but were fearful of being vocal for retaliation. City staff did the survey. I'm not going to touch too much on that, but thank you for doing that, Christina. You did an excellent job. You were out at the farmers market, sent the information for me to be able to share with a lot of folks. Unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of people participate. That happens. But of those that did participate, and it was a city-initiated survey, it's very clear. Again, it's not the naysayers. This was a city survey, and the people that participated were very minimal, 10 to 12 to be exact, that chose 400 Mare Island Way. And 3 of those pins were by the same person, a gentleman I don't know, but it had the same name. So those were 3 votes coming from one person. Now let's talk about some issues that affect the building. One of the major issues of 400 Mare Island Way was the fact that there was no plan. No budget, no monetary plan when it was purchased. It's now almost 3 years later, and we still don't even know where to get the money from. Now, yes, I was told that this was voted on by prior council members, and I was making too much noise, and that was already done. But I wouldn't even be bringing it up if it wasn't for the fact that nothing has happened to it. If we had the money and it was retrofitted and people from the police department were already there, I would not be bringing it up. Proof is that we're sitting here trying to get a loan, a $30 million loan, because we cannot afford to retrofit this building that was purchased for a department that totally needs to be out of where they're at. I would not have my children work in that police building on Amador Street. And if I don't want my children there, I don't want anybody else's children there. So I want to make that clear. It's not an issue of not liking the police, because there's good and bad police officers. There's good and bad social workers where I come from the county. There's good and bad people everywhere. We can't judge and group everybody into one pool. I refuse to do that. People can do that if they so wish. I don't do that. I judge people by their individuality and the work that they do, and there's a lot of caring folks out there. So it's about the building that we don't have money for, that was purchased in a way that it shouldn't have. Liquefaction, I can't never pronounce that word. Liquefaction, the issue of liquefaction, okay. If we were to have an earthquake, that would cripple our emergency response center. Has anybody thought about that? To have our emergency response center down there and something goes down and all of a sudden we're in really bad shape. We need to consider that when we're deciding. We're not builders and we're not investors. I believe that the city has taken on a project of a size and a cost that we're not accustomed to. And that's part of the problem. We need to have clear and concise, transparent information as far as what this is going to cost us. We've seen numbers change along the way, not just with the navigation center, but with other things. So I would like to see numbers that are as close to accurate as we can get them. I also would like to see a council and a citizen subcommittee. Why I want this is because it was brought up that this might take a long time, that we need to get these folks out of there right away, and I totally agree. I agree with you, Councilmember Brown. We need to get them out of there. And the way to do that is to have not just staff working on this and council, but to have citizen oversight on this as well. Because we're going to make sure, all of us together, that this moves quickly. A person, mentioned to me the other day that, if we took the JFK library, that people were concerned that it would be closed. You know how many people are out there without jobs? Union members that are out there without jobs, that would love to work, that would love to work in their city and not have to commute and pay all those tolls that we're having to pay all the time. It's not, I don't think, Mr. Architect, that it would take 2 years. I really think that if we set our mind to this and we want to get the police folks out of the building that they're in, we can do so sooner. We can do so sooner. It's just a matter of doing things right. And that's why I think that the subcommittee is important. We've not engaged the community in the past. Let's do it now by having the subcommittee where we're all going to be working together. People mentioned the waterfront, the gathering place for 4th of July and everything else. I totally agree, but I want to add to that by having a police station on the waterfront, there's been so many demonstrations in the country, not just in Vallejo, anti-police demonstrations. What's going to happen if we get one of those during a festivity, or as people are coming off of the ferry, as children are playing there with their kites on the Barbara Condillas lawn? I'm so glad we named it after her. I'm very happy. What's going to happen? We're going to have a problem with that. We don't need to expose these kids to riots and demonstrations, even though I am in favor of participating. I'm an activist. I'm a human rights activist. Those of you that know me know that I take it further, not just human rights, immigrant rights. I'm a Chicana activist. That's in my blood. That's what I do. So I support it. But we don't want to have this happen in front of kids. We don't want to have this happen in front of, people that are coming in as tourists. How can we possibly vote to move forward on a project at 400 Mare Island Way of this magnitude without having all the facts? Now, another thing I want to mention, and I'll try to be brief. I know I'm taking up a long time, but I think I'm making points. Okay, has it been 10 minutes? All right, well, let me go to the end then, because my council members here want to speak too. So I'll close it with this.
Councilmember Diaz,
Yes.
the chair will raise to a point of order at our goal setting, and
okay, well,
we agreed 10 minutes. You are now past 10 minutes.
All right, well, I lost track of time.
You may speak a second time.
Mayor?
Yes, you may speak a second time, but we will hear comments from other members as they desire to speak in order. Chair recognizes
Thank you.
Councilmember Beau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be super brief. Thank you, Christina, for all of your work with the outreach. How many community meetings were there?
We had a total of 3 community meetings.
Must have been 4. I heard Arriola had one. I had 2.
She was at the Myra with Member Meissner.
Okay, that's great. So super excited that I was able to have a meeting for the seniors as well as for the business communities. That was great. A lot of the locations, it seems like to me, they were, the comments that were with them were about addressing the safety in those areas. Either the sites themselves were blighted and attractive nuisances, or the area around that area has a high volume of calls for service. I don't think that locating a police department addresses either of those issues in that location. But I do think that it is a valid concern that we're hearing from the community. So perhaps we could have, I know Economic Vitality Commission has expressed an interest in looking at some of the city-owned land and looking at highest and best uses, so perhaps just to plant that seed for a future meeting. I am interested in looking at the JFK building, doing a deeper dive on what that cost looks like, what the timeline looks like, what relocating the library looks like. Definitely want to make sure that we move forward with relocating the dispatch out of the headquarters soonest. And so I'd like to give flexibility to staff on what that looks like, but also making sure that we relocate the library in that whole plan. That's got to be part of that completion because we need that library. If we can do it on the waterfront, that would be amazing. I would love to see that. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bertoliga. No? Councilmember Meissner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give staff opportunity if you want to make any comments about what was the questions that were made during public comments. I wrote down some, but I don't know. I'll give you a chance. And I also want to thank our PIO, Christina Lee, for coming out. It wasn't, it's very passionate in this community, and I think you were not treated well. And I'm going to say that out loud here, that I just was embarrassed for the way you were treated, and I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request, if we are going to move forward with looking at JFK, that once again we have come up with a full game plan of what we're doing. Once again, I'm still hearing a lot of stuff on the front end, not hearing a lot of stuff on the back end. Everyone needs to get moved out of the building on Amador. in general. And I think that not doing that only increases, our lack of ability to attract officers, our lack of ability to attract employees. And so I really would like us to come up with a complete plan if this is what we're moving forward, and not a half-baked plan where we're just kind of moving forward without really a clear understanding of costs, time, as well as is it even feasible truly? I mean, God forbid we get 5-6 months into this and find out, well, you know what, we actually can't do this. I'm all for punting if we have to, but to punt for punting's sake has never been my thing. So I would like to thank Christina Lee and staff. Thank you all for working on this over and over and over again. I really appreciate it. And I did want to point out, I appreciate everyone up here on council being willing to listen to different ideas. And I would ask the public to at least acknowledge that and respect that. I've heard, as I was walking out, people accusing every council member up here of taking bribes from Jumpstart. They're in debt, right? My son has more money in his piggy bank than Jumpstart has ever had. But I've donated money to you as well, Kim. But let me finish.
Let's keep a presentation and not enter
Point
into
of
a
order.
dialogue.
Point of order. You did not
State
stop
your
people.
point.
Point of order. You
State
did
your
not
point.
stop people from accusing council members of taking bribes. So I am going to speak up. So if you're not going to speak up, I'm going to speak up about it. So like I said,
your point is overruled. Continue with your comments.
And I'm going to continue to talk. Like I said, I will not go.
All right.
I will not
on,
answer.
Come on.
No, let me
Time
finish.
out.
Let me finish.
Wait a minute.
I'm not
You're
waiting a
overruled.
minute.
I'm the chair. You're
Point
out of
of
order.
I don't care what you say.
I want you
if
all
you're
to
not
be
going to stop
quiet.
and control this crowd, I'm not going to stop. You can't make the police arrest me. What you going to do?
Yes, I can.
I wish you would. I wish you would. I wish you would do that. Make the police come get me. Please. Please do it. You got the balls, do it.
You are disrupting the meeting. And
Like I said,
so is
you
the
let them
audience.
disrupt the
And
meeting,
so
and
is
you
the
said
audience.
not one word when they accuse people of taking bribes. So I've asked you to either control the meeting, or no, either control the meeting, or I will speak up for my fellow council members.
Then speak up, but
I am, but let me
address
speak.
your comments.
Let me
to
speak.
The audience.
Let me speak.
Please
Let
do,
me speak.
but
You
not
will
to
not
the
be.
audience.
You will not be arresting me
Not to
tonight.
the audience.
You will not be arresting me
No,
tonight.
I wouldn't
You don't have the
arrest
power to arrest me
I
tonight.
Point of order.
Please.
Can we
Make your
continue?
So like I
Please.
said, accusing other council members who are trying to get this done of taking bribes, right? Having a white woman tell me you can't go to the bathroom. Just because you're standing with a couple tokens don't mean that you got a right to tell a black man that.
Moment.
Like I said.
Wait a minute.
Like I said, I don't care. I don't care. If you're allowed to sit there and make comments about bribes and things like that, I will speak up. Period.
Come on, Sergeant of Arms, we have a member of the audience that is interrupting a council member, and I ask you to escort her to the back of the room, not out of the room, and let her remain as long as she is quiet. But I'm also asking council member to address his comments to the merits of the situation. So let's stop having this dialogue, please.
Well, my whole point was, at some point, the toxicity here is ridiculous. I've heard the same council members say the same thing, and depending on who said it, depends on who's somehow taking bribes from people who don't have any money. So like I said, I will, but thank you, I will get back to it. I would like to see a complete plan. Too often, everything is just half-baked, half-cocked, with no plan. And I'd like to know that if we are going to, I'm trying to think of a better word, but if we're going to punt today, I'd like to know that we have a plan for how we're going to actually score and actually get all of our officers, including dispatchers and all of our employees, out of the building on Amador. If the only thing we're doing is getting the dispatchers out with no clear, complete process for getting everyone out, then that's not fair to the public. That's not fair to our citizens or our employees. I don't care what anyone says. Those in the know that facilities and pay matter when it comes to attracting quality officers. If you think that quality officers come to Vallejo because they love Vallejo, then you're not informed. Quality officers come to a place where they're going to be paid and compensated fairly, and where they have good facilities, and we don't have either, so guess what? You do the math. And I think that if we don't address that, once again, we are being irresponsible. Why would a good officer want to stay here? Under what circumstances? Not for pay, not for facility. What is their motivation for going out in these streets? And so what I would ask is that we as a council come up with a plan to address this issue. Not punt it and say, well, we're going to get the dispatchers out. I have people I've known my whole life who work in that office, and I absolutely love them. And I know they'd be proud of me for saying, we can't just say we're going to move the dispatchers. That's what they would want me to say right here and right now. And I think that, once again, we as a council got to realize that though the people in the crowd represent a part of the community, they do not represent the entire community. There are huge parts of this community that I do not see represented every single time. Black community, seniors, Filipino community, Hispanic community. That's just off the top of my head. And so once again, we have to make decisions for the entire community. When I used to host town hall, the #1 issue in the black community was do something about the shootings. No, that wasn't my issue. That's what I heard from the black community, period, point blank.
Please refrain from personal comments and let him speak.
Yeah, I've never seen you in the black community and don't even know who you are. So like I said, when I heard from the black community, they tasked me, Mayor, can you address that point of order?
Just a moment. All right, yes, I'm going to ask you to be removed to the back row, and on your second offense, I will ask the officers to move you out. Please just let him talk. He is an elected public official. We have heard over an hour and a half of public comment, and now it is time for these people who were elected by y'all to make his comments. I'm not getting into a dialogue. If you want to leave, fine, be my guest. Good night. Please continue with your comments, Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So, like I said, I was tasked from the black community with addressing public safety and the amount of shootings, the amount of murders in this community. That was what I was tasked with. And so what I would like to know is, what are we doing to address that? Is this move going to help with public safety or hurt public safety? And I think that a long time ago, we all agreed that, hey, in the perfect world, moving people to the library, moving the police station to the library, and maybe using the library at 400 Mile, that sounded good to me. I mean, who wouldn't want kids right there on the waterfront? That being said, I need a plan. I need an absolute plan. We are elected. We cannot be half-cocked. We got to, I would like to ask staff, and hopefully my colleagues would support, come up with a full, complete plan, and as soon as possible. It can't be what we all guess, put our finger to the wind. I think it'll take this long, that long. If nobody knows, we need experts to tell us. If you're an expert, please show me your resume and sign on up. If you're not an expert, I'd like to hear from the experts. And once again, we need to have a complete plan how we're going to address this issue, because it's bigger than just where is the police station going to go. We have badge bending. We have swastikas. We have police shootings. We have all kind of stuff going on that's all related to all of this. And so just somehow minimizing it to just where do we want the police station is wrong, and it does a disservice to this community. So I think that we need to come up with a complete plan. And if that is, we can do that with JFK, then that's great. If we can't, then what are we doing? Like, are we just save the dispatchers and making the people here happy? That's great. Well, what about the rest of the plan? I'd like to know what that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Vice Mayor Roberta Aliga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I'm ready to come up with a proposal here that I think would be a compromise.
There are people who haven't spoken yet.
Yes, I know. I will, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the folks that have spoken. As you've heard this from comments from council earlier, we have, what was your word? You felt encouraged that this council, at least the ones that asked questions earlier, seemed to have opened their minds. And the fact is, yes, I have. As you know, from day one in 2019, I voted no against the purchase of this building, together with Council Member McConnell at that time, now Mayor, for the reason that my main reason was the liquefaction factor. And when I looked at the map today, and based on the staff report, it still is the liquefaction factor that is an issue, big issue for me, okay? So when I spoke to folks in the community, not just, they don't come to the outreach meetings because there are folks in this community that will not do that, and that's their personal choice. They'll remain silent, but they'll speak to me, call me, and their opinion matters too, as well as your opinion. And I really would like to, give comment, give appreciation to Ms. Ankar. I've read all your emails, and you're a person that, we don't always agree, but you've always been very respectful. I wanted to I'm very sincere about that, Ms. Carr. So we don't always agree, like I said, but your emails are respectful, professional, and when you speak to us, you are respectful. You don't engage in yes, no, and I appreciate that about you. So I want to make that public comment. Okay. With that said, I believe we can come up with a compromise, hopefully by midnight, and maybe a little past midnight, where we can all agree. So my question is, Mr. Mike Malone, with regards to the plan that Councilmember Brown is asking, my request is for you to, if not respond now, at least come up with a response to that request, because I have that same request. And then the JFK deep dive, which I mentioned earlier, which was my question to Terrence earlier, is you said earlier that it will take 3 to 4 months to do a deep dive into considering JFK Library as an alternative site, perhaps not moving the entire police department, but parts of it. The issue that I believe Mr. Brekke brought up earlier was or was it you, Mr. Brekke, and you don't have to respond. Someone brought up the issue with satellites, which we have had success before. Yes, Mr. Haldane, thank you. Because I don't think that we may be able to accommodate everybody at the JFK Library all at one time. It will take time, although we want it within 12 months. So I'm not an architect, I'm not an engineer, it's not my expertise, so I will defer to staff and to the architects to determine that. The issue of a committee, I think that we've done, my opinion, we've done a lot of outreach this past 4 months. We have so many outreach meetings that we have to do because we have pending projects. Yesterday, if you watched the goal setting, we prioritized economic development, which will involve a lot of community engagement meetings. So I don't want to add to any more outreach meetings because we will have a full calendar up to 2024. That is if you were paying attention to yesterday's goal setting. Some of us will not be here in 2020 next year, but we have a full calendar to address the priorities that this council decided yesterday at the goal setting. So the dispatchers is my priority. And I know that when I spoke to Mr. Malone in a separate meeting that you have the administrative authority to actually move those dispatchers now, sooner than later. If you can address that. Thank you.
Mr. Malone, go ahead.
Moving the dispatcher is really a matter of finding the revenue to purchase the equipment and do whatever modifications we need to do over at 400 Mare Island Way. We can talk about that probably at goal setting. We have a workshop coming up on budget. So there may be the proper time to discuss that and get direction from council on how we could possibly fund that if we want to do it immediately. The idea of a complete implementation plan, I think Terrence is probably correct. The 4 or 5 months is what we would actually need to actually put together the plan together. We can't really put a plan together without examining cost. All right, and taking a look at both locations and coming back with numbers and projections that we feel confident to bring forward to council. So I would say we would need that 4 to 5 months to actually do that. Not tonight.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that it would cost $1.8 million. I think you quoted that amount to move the dispatchers. Is that the amount that you quoted? Am I correct?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Again, I gave a range because we haven't done a full analysis of that, but 1.5 to 2 million is our preliminary estimate. So as a part of this report back, we would look at the specific costs, or if we needed to do that separately through the budget process, we could do that.
Okay. And then the $30 million loan, so if this council decides not to move forward with that, if after three or 4 months we have a plan and we have a more definitive location of where to relocate the police department, I'm willing to bet that it will cost more than $30 million. So if it will cost more than $30 million, it will cost $40 million, $50 million. Do we have the capacity or what is the probability of us being approved for that loan? Because I know that we have a BBB rating, if I remember correctly, you mentioned that. What is the maximum? And if we are only able to borrow $30 million, what other sources of funding do we get the remainder of whatever balance is still going to be due to relocate the police department, probably most likely at the JFK Library?
So the iBank option maximum is $35 million.
Okay.
So if we went to iBank, we're capped at $35 million. The $30 million was based upon a financing plan that would not impact the general fund or would not require new revenues to be sought to pay back the loan. So as we review the options of JFK and moving the library and we look at the costs, we'll have to see what other options are out there and what that cost is to cover the debt. And we will probably bring back some possible ways to cover that.
Okay.
All right, on all those. So.
Okay. So thank you. And so I think what I heard from the public today and also in the last 4 weeks is it's okay if it costs more than $35 million as long as it's been probably vetted and properly, and that the public was engaged and they're okay. That's what I heard from folks. Okay to pay more as long as there is a clear pathway and a clear approval, not from 100% of the community, but from the majority of the community. So.
Yes, and most cities would probably look at some type of tax increase. So we have a cap right now that limits how much we can actually raise taxes.
Okay.
If you recall, we came to council with a letter to Senator Dodd to pursue increasing the ceiling. So that is not a guarantee it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to see if that actually plays out. And if we take the maximum amount that's available, we'll have to see what type of revenues we could potentially project if we were going to use it for this purpose.
Okay. And if you, in the 3 or 4 months that you're going to do a deeper dive to include that, right, you're going to also include the financing.
Vice Mayor, your 10 minutes, will you conclude,
okay.
please?
And my hope, yes, Mr. Mayor, 1 more minute, please. And my hope is that, and I forgot my train of thought, that it is this current council that will make that decision. That is going to be my ask, is that this current council is the council that will decide where and what happens and where we're going to relocate the VPD building. That is my ask, and we have time.
Thank you.
This is not a lame duck council yet. So
Thank you. Councilmember Arriola.
Thank you. For those, again, thank you all for coming out, and for the ones that, yes, I hear you and I do care, and I think we all want to make that right decision. I'm at the point now because Councilmember Laura Diaz and I, we kind of brought this back out into the open last year because we were not part of that lame duck idea of buying a building down at the waterfront. So we wanted to find out, you know, what was involved and get a report and, you know, bring us up to date so that we could possibly make a decision earlier rather than later. And here we are drumming this up again when in fact prior councils and city staff let that building go to rot. They had an opportunity then. We don't have the money now. They had the money then. Why couldn't they have not have fixed it? And to those satellite stations, I brought that up to the chief at least 3 times. I grew up in South Vallejo. We had a substation on Magazine Street. They had one in the Crest, and that one is still there on Florida and Mare Island Way. There's a staffing issue with that. That will come, I believe, and I still believe in satellite stations. They are the true community outreach that the chief is always talking about. This is the way to do it. I'm not crazy about the idea of the library either. However, it's the lesser of 2 evils, and you know, there's a lot of how-tos. How do we do this? How do we make the switcheroo? How do we upgrade the library? It is built like a fortress. It's not a very attractive building. So if that's what you want for your police station, you've got the library. It's just not pretty. You've got the evidence room and all that stuff down in the basement. It's perfect. Might as well just take that over. But my preference still is for Central Vallejo. That's really where the OIR recommended a central location for the police station, and that is 111 Amador. If we truly want to bring the community in on this, and not with online surveys and pinpoints and rushing into emergency meetings, community outreach meetings, I think that we should bring this for a vote on the ballot in November and let the people vote as to what we will do with the police station. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to make some comments now, if I may. And I will time my 10 minutes. This has started off as a take it or leave it approach. We're now in a multiple choice, and we really need to get to an essay discussion of this. It's very clear that the public opinion is against this particular location, but it behooves this council to figure out where else. And if we can't answer that, then we may have to be resigned to that location. I'm also in agreement with Councilmember Arriola that if we can't resolve it ourselves, then we probably should put it on the ballot. But when we had a similar situation with water in the past, City Manager Dan Keene brought in Mike Malone to resolve that. And we had people up in arms in this chamber yelling and screaming about water rates. Well, he adopted the approach that we formed a Citizens Advisory Committee. They met, they worked on it, and they came up with a workable plan. I was very impressed with that undertaking, and I think we should probably take a careful look at doing that again, whether it's for 4 months or 6 months or even longer. I think it's a meritorious approach. There are some other locations I would like to have considered, and that is the southeast corner of Sonoma, Mare Island Way and Sonoma Boulevard, which is 46 acres, and we own it, at least all but 0.4 of 1 acre. It will be remediated to an industrial level. It might be another year, but we will have to figure out how to pay for it as well. The architect brings up a valid point about the library. And that is, if we move it, We've got to find a suitable and an acceptable location. If we move dispatchers or anybody else out of 111 Mare Island Way, we have to find a suitable and adequate location. We own number 2 Florida Street. The code enforcement was there. And parts of the police department do not require a building that is designed to 1.5 strength and meet other safety requirements. So I would call upon the city manager and the assistant city manager to very carefully look at what activities could be moved out of 111 Amador Street, whether it's to 2 Florida Street or any other building that we own, as rapidly as possible. Now, that still does leave in play the question of what do we do with field officers who have to have a proper public response building. And we may have to bite the bullet and spend the $7 or $8 million on deferred maintenance to address the HVAC system. But sooner or later, we're going to either have to tear down that building or rehab it, one of the two. Because I certainly would not propose to put public works people in there any more than I think anybody else should be in that building. That's not the question. The question is what can we actually afford? And if we have to, then I think we need to discuss with our state representatives whether we can get a raising of the ceiling on the debt limit, because with the increased cost of construction, $35 million is probably not even realistic to build a building with, no matter what it is. And we're not going to be able to do that, and we're not going to be able to rehabilitate Mare Island Way for $35 million either, in my estimations. So I'm in agreement that it's time to look at this from what can we do. And we haven't done that. We've been given multiple choices and take it or leave it, and it hasn't worked. The citizens have raised up and have voiced their objections, and they need to be listened to. So my proposal is that we instruct staff to begin looking at moving out of Mare Island Way, out of 111 Amador, whatever we possibly can. There'll be costs involved, but we're going to have to bite the bullet, and if we have to invade the reserves to do it, then that is something we're going to have to take a serious look at, because sooner or later somebody will file an OSHA complaint, and we will probably be found to be in violation. Now, the other point is that several years ago, a previous city council adopted a climate action plan. And that climate action plan called for non-building on environmentally challenged lots, such as where 400 Mare Island Way is. So even if we were to move the entire police department to 400 Mare Island Way, we probably would be in violation of our own climate action plan that we adopted many years ago. And most of us have probably forgot about it because it's been many years, and certainly we need to update that climate action plan as well. So I'm in favor of, one, forming a citizens advisory group to repeat what we did with the water department. 2, moving as many people out of 111 Amador Street as possible. 3, looking at the financing possibilities that exist on each parcel. And as I said, I'm in favor of the corner of sort of Mare Island Way and Sonoma Boulevard, which we own. And it will be remediated to a proper level. And if we have to look at other locations, then maybe we need to look at some exchanges where we sit down with the county and say, okay, can you give us some building space out at the fairgrounds as part of the 360 project in return for? We'll have to figure out what the for is. But if we have to make a deal where we exchange 400 Mare Island Way for that parcel, or if we have to make a deal where we exchange 400 Mare Island Way with the owners of the Rayleigh's Center and the gym, which is already a great facility for them, I think we need to be open to that, but we've never looked at it. And that's the problem that this council has been placed in, is that we have been handed decisions without adequate review of our alternatives in the past, and now we're paying the consequences of what, in hindsight, has turned out to be a very bad decision at the time that we did it. So I've heard all of you say you're in favor of taking a closer look at this, getting some further study to do the recommendation of Mr. Malone about the 4 to 6 month study. I think we should also include Citizen Advisory Group as part of that as well, so we can get some people who know what they're talking about involved with that. All right, so that's my proposal, and I see Councilmember Meissner has her request to speak on, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. So some of the things that we're discussing tonight, I'm a little concerned that we do have a crisis. We've already heard that with the dispatchers, and then there's other departments that are severely understaffed. I mean, I don't even want to mention it in public because I don't want to let people know. I think our security of our city is really compromised right now in some ways. I had a conversation with someone the other night that was really upset about it. And I must say, you know, there's people that are very passionate against us, and there are people that are not really that concerned, but they're not, because they're not really that concerned, they're not coming down here. And I've talked to them, people that I know very well, that it's just not that big of a deal, so they're not going to come down here. And I must say, it's difficult to have an opposing opinion in a room full of people that are really angry. And I just want to put that out there. This has been a really difficult discussion. I don't necessarily think that Mare Island Way is the worst idea. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I just don't think it's that bad of an idea. But I did early on ask, like a year ago I said, and I've said it on the dais before, that I would love to have the JFK Library serve as our police department. I was told by Supervisor Monica Brown that the county would never go for that. I don't know if she meant the money or what, or maybe they don't even have the control over that, but we would probably have to pay for it. I am not in favor of dragging this out more. We've got a lot of information. I think we have enough information to look at the viability of the JFK Library as soon as possible, because I just don't know where this iBank, if the window is going to close for that opportunity. Opportunities keep going by us and going by us, and we're not going to get what we need for our staff that desperately need a new building. I'm sure we've all toured down there. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. They've got taped HEPA filters pieces on the air intakes in the ceiling because the stuff is inside the vents. It's toxic. It's really horrible. It's really horrible. And it's a crisis, frankly. It's a crisis. And so I'm willing to look at JFK Library, but this has to be, we have to move quickly. It's just going to get worse. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And I must say, I love the idea of substations, but people who have known what's been going on with the city, when we went to bankruptcy, the staffing of the police was cut so deeply that there was not enough staff to staff substations, and that's why they were closed. And I still don't think we have enough police officers or staff I don't think we have enough to staff them. Yeah, and that's our city manager's agreeing with me. We've never brought our staff back up to that level, and we've had open positions as we built our budget back. We have added new positions, and they've been vacant for a long, long time. We can't even fill the positions that we have. Excuse me. So this is a crisis. When I hear these discussions happen, I'm like, we're in a crisis right now. Whatever happened before, whatever happened in the future, this is a crisis. And we're here to make the decisions and make the city better. And that doesn't mean kicking the can down the road to have more studies and more studies and more studies. And I think we have enough information. Councilmember Dew might be able to say something about 360, whether or not we can have, I just think we're throwing spaghetti against a wall right now. you know, we need to get real, and we need to be realistic. So I am in favor of looking at the JFK in a very short time frame to see if it's viable. And, you know, where are we going to get the money? This iBank, I don't know if that window's going to close. You know, the last meeting we had, we were like, oh, we don't, you know, none of us have crystal balls, but now we know the interest rates are going up. And last meeting, we're like, oh, I don't think it's going to go up. It's going up, and it's going to get worse. Inflation is the worst since 1981. So it's very frustrating. And I maybe there's even ARPA funds that we could use. I don't know if we can use some of that. I don't know if that's available. Yeah. Anyway, so that's my comments.
Mr. Malone.
I think we asked the question about the ARPA funding early on, and the answer we got, we can't use it to construct a police facility or rehab. As far as the iBank is concerned, or any other financing options that are out there, because there are other financing options available. It's really going to come down to debt service, and can we afford the debt service? And yes, because our rating is lower, we're naturally going to pay a higher interest rate than if we were AAA. But it's really going to come down, once we really do our deep dive, get the numbers, we can work with our financial consultants to determine what the annual debt service is. And then we'll have to see what's the best course to actually pay that debt, and if it makes sense for the city to actually pursue that option.
Councilmember, other ideas?
Yes, I get to speak again after the first sign. I totally agree with this. I think that I'm not in favor of prolonging this anymore. I think that it's been prolonged long enough. I would like to see us, I know we can't vote on this today, but I would like to see us put this on a special meeting where we can, you know, look at JFK Library, and we can also look at getting the loan. The interest rate on the loan, I was informed that it's at 3%, and both Councilmember Dew and I are realtors, and we know that, you know, loans right now for housing are hitting the 5%. So 3% is doable. I also, and this might not be a popular thing with a lot of folks, but I also think that we could even explore having a special tax measure. My preference would be having a portion of it be utilized for infrastructure, revitalizing the downtown, and a portion of it for the police station. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a sales tax measure, because a lot of times it's the lower income community that suffers with that. It could be a property tax measure, and at least we wouldn't have to borrow too much more than what we're looking at borrowing right now. Getting the folks out of the current location is very important. I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. If I don't want my kids working in there, I don't expect anybody else to be working there. And I applaud the dispatchers in the sense that they have been patient, they have been working. Many of you might not have been inside that building. I've toured it a couple of times, and it's like a cave, a very dungeon, there you go, a very dark place, and these people are the ones that we call in an emergency. You know, I'm not saying give them all windows and put them on a, 20th floor building, but something where they could do their job comfortably and safely, and they don't have to worry about, breathing in whatever it is that they're breathing. Personally, I think I would have taken them out of there first before everybody else that's at 400 Mare Island Way. I would have taken the dispatchers to 400 Mare Island Way before all the others. But anyways, I hope that my fellow council members will listen to what I'm saying and maybe go for it. There's a Martin Luther King said it's always right to do. I think you took my quote over there. It's a right time to do the right thing, and I think that the right thing right now is to move this onto an agenda in the very near future to vote and get that loan and do the change to the move to JFK. and then focus on having our 400 Mare Island Way be what it's intended to be. We have to have a vision, a long-term vision. Mare Island is about to take off. There's so many things that are going to happen over there, and I don't want to be on this side of the water looking at Mare Island like a child would look at a toy store, where everything's happening over there. We need to start working on this side. We need to start revitalizing it, and 400 Mare Island Way, I really think is going to help us if we do the right thing. Thanks.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Mayor, I'm going to check with the city attorney. Can I make a motion to bring back the JFK building? No.
Councilmember Arriola has indicated a desire to speak too, so let's hear her before you can make a motion.
Okay.
You're withdrawing? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I moved that we bring back the JFK building and the I-loan application to a special meeting so that we can vote on it as an agenda item. Special meeting.
Could I make a recommendation that we not specify the funding mechanism until we can get the actual costs worked up? Because it's going to be more than just JFK. We still have to determine what's going to happen with the library and if that's going to cost us anything.
So that would be 3 to 4 months. Are you saying we need to wait 3 to 4 months, and then once we determine the cost of the move to the JFK library, because I'm assuming it will be the JFK library no matter how much it costs?
Yes.
No more community. From what I heard from my colleagues is we're going to move forward with this. We can decide on your behalf because we heard a lot of comments from you, and then that will be my compromise with the folks that spoke this evening and those folks that are out there listening. We as a council will need to decide now. I mean, not now, but move forward.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Vice Mayor, you've made a motion. I'd like to add to that, hopefully as a friendly request. It's my understanding that the JFK building is not entirely large enough to be a police building.
It's larger.
And I've also heard from a lot of staff people that we're outgrowing City Hall. That we do own 400 Mare Island Way. So as part of the study to bring back, I would like to request staff to look at the needs of City Hall personnel as well, and to see whether or not we can move some of the people or all of the people from this building to 400 Mare Island Way to free up some or part of this building as well. Because certainly they're contiguous with each other. They're very close. It's like sort of like two wings of a building. You can put a connecting ramp if you wanted to. But I think we need to have a more universal look at what our problem is and what our solutions are, only than just JFK building. If we're going to look at this, let's look at it from a universal standpoint. So I would ask that that be added into your request, your motion.
Yeah, so we're looking at space issues in general for the whole, this complex.
I think we have to.
JFK, 400 Mare Island Way, and might as well, because if you're going to do a study, you might as well include the needs of the City Hall offices, because I know that you need space as well. So is that okay? We can do that in 3 to 4 months, and then you will bring the funding, the loan, with regards to funding the move and the renovation.
Yeah, so we can look into that, and I'm probably just going to assume that Mr. Davis is going to be spending the majority of his time looking at that over the next few months. So just want to keep that in mind. Okay. Other things that they may be working on are going to take a back seat.
Yeah. Do you think that we'll be able to come up with that recommendation by the end of July? Because August is dark. Can we shoot for end of July?
Vice Mayor, it'll be tight to do that because essentially what we're talking about is doable, but our 3 simultaneous facility analysis and all of the work associated with space needs and meeting with the various constituents and departments, they all are city departments, so it's very doable, but also meeting with library staff. So it's doable, but July will be very tight. I'll say that now. So I'm not sure that I'd like a little more time to do that so that we get thorough analysis. And just the last point, I do want to note, every site analysis does come with some costs associated with that. So I want to make sure we are aware that if we're looking at 3 buildings and doing analysis around real costs, you're talking about $75,000, $100,000 each facility. So not to discourage, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that there are costs associated with all these feasibility studies. So we would, depending on the number of sites, really be incurring those costs for each facility.
So Mr. Malone would like to speak.
Yeah, Mr. Malone, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, I wouldn't, July is not doable.
Okay.
Okay. I just don't think we can do the proper study and get back to council in July, because if you look at the time where we have to upload the council report, we start back 45 days before we bring it here, so we don't really have that much time.
So let's just do JFK then, because that is what we need to focus. We can't be all scattered all over the place, because once we find out about JFK, then we will be able to identify, is there enough space, what space is available for possible movement of the city hall staff. We will find out by then. Would that then be July? Would that be okay?
Sure. Vice Mayor, I just want to get direction from the council, clarity in terms of what's being asked for. So it's looking at JFK for feasibility for police.
Yes.
Is that also looking at a location for the library, and is that predetermined at 400, or should we be looking at other sites?
Library to 400 Way. 400 Mare Island Way.
Well, I would request any and all sites, including 400, not just 400, but everything. Because I think we have, it's
so we have
time
flexibility.
we finally do this right. And to do it right, I think we have to be open to alternate suggestions rather than a multiple choice approach.
So more general, more generic, is that what you're suggesting?
So I think what I heard very clearly is we want to avoid giving you conceptual numbers. So unless we pick locations, we won't give you precise numbers, and therefore can't tell you how to fund it, how much we need for debt service. So to give you precise what you're asking for, I need you to say, look at this site and look at this for the library. And of course, we haven't had a conversation with the library and to see if they're amenable, but we could at least do that analysis and say, this is the package, this is what it would cost. We'd have to retrofit 400 this way and have very specific numbers, which I think is what you're asking me to do. So I need locations.
So location is JFK Library and 400 Mare Island Way. Those 2 buildings.
Yes.
Yes.
And City Hall.
And not at this, I would not want to include City Hall. So you're offering a friendly amendment. I will not accept the friendly amendment, but let's vote on.
All right, then I'll make the alternate. Councilmember Diaz.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with Vice Mayor Verderliga. I would like to see the study, Mr. Davis, on the library to be moved to the Mare Island Way, and have the police department be where the library is. Mayor, you're suggesting that we also do an analysis of City Hall, but Mr. Davis is mentioning that it's going to cost about $7,500. And my question is, the analysis of City Hall would be to do what? To put the police station here?
To see whether the police station can be included in both JFK and here, because it's my understanding that JFK as a building is already too small. I think they need more space. And plus you mix in the fact that we're breaking our seams down here as it is. I'd rather do it right, even if it costs a little bit more money, and get a good fit, rather than this piecemeal, take it or leave it, multiple choice approach that we've been looking at for 1.5 years or 2 years. It's time we really get serious and do a complete analysis. And yeah, it's going to cost us more money no matter what. But you know, when you look at a building that's going to be used for 40 or 50 years and that has special needs, not only of our present police force, but where we're looking at police forces to grow into the future with mental health concerns, vocational concerns, substance abuse concerns, they're going to need more space. And even quite honestly, Mare Island is already too small.
I don't know. Any suggestions?
Yeah, Councilmember Beau, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the report, it actually said that the JFK building was more than sufficient in size for the needs of the police department. It's over 90,000 square feet. In regards to looking at all of our capital improvement projects, that was in goal setting yesterday, and it did not rise to the level of a priority for our city. So I would request that we stick with the goals that we set yesterday, and not add a new one to the list, as that particular item didn't rise to that level.
I disagree with you because I think it is economic vitality and development, and certainly the police force is a very important part of our economic development, because unless we have an effective police force that the public perceives and the general public perceives as being effective, we're not attracting businesses. So I think it is very much a part of economic development.
Agree to disagree.
Anyway, there's a motion and an alternate motion on the floor. The alternate motion, the only difference is that we take a look at what the needs for City Hall are as well, and see whether or not we should be addressing those and possibly making some of the move from City Hall into 400 Mare Island Way, because if we don't need to, then sell it or lease it.
Mayor, could I have 30 seconds to address the council?
No.
The council said no.
Yeah, get elected.
So,
you're out of order, Mr. Haldane. It's now the discussion of the council.
so
You
are
get up
we,
here, you can discuss, okay, but not until.
so we're voting on the amendment by Mayor McConnell. Okay.
Yes,
First, okay.
so the alternate motion is to do the study including the needs of City Hall. The main motion is without the needs for City Hall. So we want to take the vote on the alternate motion first.
Thank you. Did yours? I did, yeah. I did.
Motion fails with Mayor McConnell and Councilmember Arriola in support.
Okay, well, please vote on the main motion.
The main motion is just the JFK Library and Mare Island Way. Switch.
Did the main motion, just for purposes of clarification, include, as the city manager had addressed, us bringing back iBank and or other funding
Yes.
to fund that endeavor?
Switch.
I'll put it for other. Okay.
The plan, yes.
Thank you.
The alternative plan, yes.
That did not, I'm sorry. Do the mayor. Does that include the $30 million loan, or is that separate?
Funding.
It includes that as an option for funding, but any other options that staff comes up with would also be on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, that concludes the action item 9A. 9B was continued at the request of staff. We now have a specific date, which will be June 14th. So, Madam Clerk, would you call 9C, and Naveed, please start the 2-minute sign-up clock on that one as well.
Adopt a resolution accepting a water and energy efficiency grant from the United States Bureau of
Reclamation for replacement of aging water meters, and authorizing the city manager to execute a grant agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation and noticing intent to amend fiscal year 21-22 capital improvement budget project WT 7098 in the amount of $2 million.
Okay, we have a staff presentation by our interim water director. Beth, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and community. I'm Beth Schoenberger, the acting water director, and I'm pleased to share with you information on the city's $2 million grant award from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's Water and Energy Efficiency Program that will help fund the city's water meter replacement project. Next slide, Naveed, please. Thank you. It's late, but I do want to offer you some summary info on the background of this grant award. Vallejo has over 38,000 small water meters, which are the sizes for residential uses, and meters degrade with time. They wear and tear on the moving parts and buildup of deposits, and particulate matter causes damage, and the general life expectancy of a meter is 20 years. So as part of the city's commitment to tackling deferred infrastructure maintenance in the water system, the water department conducted a meter needs assessment. And we discovered that 37% of the small meters were over their 20-year lifespan, beyond their useful life. An old meter leaks water that has been treated with considerable investment of time and chemicals and electricity. And so that wastes not only water, but the time and money to treat it. These leaks also threaten our ability to comply with the state of California's water loss mandates, and old meters also cause incorrect meter reads. Next slide, please. This slide just shows the data from our needs assessment. You can see we looked at 38,000 meters, 14,000 of them were over 20 years old, which results in the 37% beyond their useful life. Next slide, please. So just the timeline leading up to the item before you tonight in 2018, as a result of the needs assessment, staff created a project for meter replacements, and we were going to implement it in 2019, but there was a staffing shortage. But in that time, we also identified this grant that was an opportunity. So in 2020, in August, the council approved the staff's authorization to apply. And in September, we submitted our application. And then in 2021, we got the great news that Vallejo was awarded the grant. With a pandemic, the Bureau of Reclamation had some delays. Next slide. But here we are tonight seeking your approval to accept the award. And as part of that, I just wanted to answer some questions that had arisen about some basic facts of our water meter replacement process. Meter replacements require a brief shutoff of water service, but we always provide at least 48 hours of notice before the replacement. There's sufficient communication with the customer to ensure a convenient time for the customer to have this work at their home. And at the time of replacement, on the day of replacement, we make contact with the customer before the work that begins and the shutoff happens. For a neighborhood-wide replacement project, like would be funded with help of this grant, there will be a robust outreach and engagement process with multiple outreach platforms, including neighborhood meetings where questions can be answered directly, multilingual door hangers, mailers, all the things you see on the list there. We'll, like I said above, also do the standard contact with customers in advance and on the day of. So with that, I just turn it back to council, to ask any questions if I may answer them, and to consider the recommendation to accept the $2 million grant award from the Bureau, enter into a grant agreement, and then it also includes an amendment of the budget to accept the award, which is a two-step process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing. Sign up now. Do we have any public cards on this item, Vice Mayor? Do we have any virtual speakers?
We have one, Mr. Mayor.
You want to call that one speaker?
George, go ahead.
George, are you there? Is he online?
Yes, he is, but I believe that he might have raised. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I am here. I don't know how you got my name. I did not want to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, any questions or comments from staff? If not, the Vice Mayor, do you have a motion on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Let me get my thing.
9C.
Yes, I move that we adopt a resolution accepting a water and energy efficiency grant from the United States Bureau of Reclamation for replacement of aging water meters and authorizing city manager to execute a grant agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation and noticing intent to amend fiscal year 2021-22 capital improvement budget project WT7098 in the amount of $2 million.
Thank you. Please vote on your screen.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to information calendar. I don't believe we have any. 11 city managers report. Do you have a report tonight, Mr. Malone?
No, I do not. Not tonight.
Okay. 12 city managers. Ms. Nebb? Any report? City attorney's report?
None this evening, thank you.
Thank you. Community forum. Do we have any cards for a second community forum?
I have two, but I don't think they're here. Ann Carr,
Call them anyway.
Jackie Arnold, and I think Rick Perez already spoke in the first one, so those are the
Okay.
two.
And I guess we have to start our 2-minute clock for virtual speakers. So go ahead and do that. And while that is running, I will read this comment. I will now ask Naveed to start the 2-minute clock for anyone wishing to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda, both in person and virtually at the conclusion of the 2 minutes. Anyone wishing to address the council must have either placed a completed speaker's card in the box located to the left of the extended dais or raised their hand virtually. Anyone submitting a card or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will not be recognized. The last community forum is an opportunity for the interested members of the public to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda. Any interested members of the public desiring to communicate with the City Council as part of the last community forum who have not already addressed the council under the first community forum may do so at this time. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code Section 2.30.300. Members of the public who address the council as part of the first community forum will not be allowed to speak again at this time. I see our time is still running, so is there anybody who wishes to present a quick council report? Doesn't appear to be any. Oops, Councilmember Arriola.
Oh, I just want to remind the public that I'll be having my second town hall on April 23rd at the Journey Church at 201 Doyle Drive at 11:30. We will be discussing the second portion of the ARPA funding. And refreshments will be served, and I look forward to hearing you all with your ideas of how to spend that next round, $13 million.
Thank you very much. We'll wait to run down our community forum sign-up clock. Second community forum and sign-up time is now closed. Do we have any virtual speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 speakers.
Speakers, okay, call them in order. They have 3 minutes pursuant to code.
Belinda Seidman, go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone. Very interesting couple of days between this meeting and the all-day meeting the other day with community goals. In course of hearing this evening about the situation the dispatchers are in, something occurred to me that maybe that nice house that was bought by the water department recently would be a wonderful place for our dispatchers. We could just get them over there, chop, chop. I wanted to thank Tina Arriola for her outreach to the community. I like your spirit, Tina. And I think you're accomplishing a lot, engaging the community and restoring our confidence that someone is listening. And I'm very sorry that you were maneuvered tonight from being the liaison on the police surveillance oversight sorry, it's late. the oversight committee for police surveillance. I thought you were the right person for that job, but I'm sorry you were maneuvered out of that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker, please.
Jamila Hanif, go ahead.
I just want to say that I don't know what took place in the goal setting meeting yesterday, but today you guys seem to really work well with each other. Like you guys were expressing yourselves and agreeing to disagree and lightweight having each other's back. But I just wanted to, to express that you guys did really good tonight working together.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. We'll come back to council reports. And Vice Mayor Bertolini, I see you're up there.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to remind the public that the meetings for the police oversight ordinance, the draft, there are meetings in all 6 districts, District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Please check the city website on the dates and times. And I know that for District 1, it's going to be on April 23rd at 3 o'clock at Hidden Brook Clubhouse. So for my district, that's where the meeting will be. And the reason we tried to actually look at the school sites, because those are public, that would be my preference, but school sites are not available, at least from what I heard from staff, not available to rent out to the public at this time, at least for District 1 school sites. So again, a reminder to all folks, please participate, get engaged, and be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to be attending the Economic Development Committee meeting with the Chamber tomorrow, and also the Economic Vitality Commission that I'm the council liaison for tomorrow evening, and CCRC. I'm also the council liaison for that on Thursday afternoon. And Viva on Friday morning. So I love all my assignments. They're all great. And they all are wonderful segments of the community to participate with. And then thank you, Mr. Mayor, for RSVPing for the North Bay Division meeting on the 27th. You'll be greeting our guests, welcoming them all to our city. So that will be exciting. And then May 11th is going to be the Ledge Action Day and Executive Forum for the Cal Cities in Sacramento. And so you all got an invitation to that today, too. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Laurie Diaz.
Yes, I just have an announcement regarding an event that I'm having on the 30th of April. It's the Dia del Niño, the Day of the Child. It will be at City Park, April 30th, 12 to 4. We're going to have raffles, prizes, games. La Clinica will be doing vaccination for the kids, and then we're going to have food giveaways. If anybody wants to participate or donate a toy, a gift card, just attach your business card to it, and when we give the prizes out, you'll be able to be announced as being the donor. I'm expecting a large crowd. We're passing the information out to the schools. The kids have been locked up pretty much for 2 years, wearing masks, being alienated from their family members, and not going to school. So this is a fun thing that they have in Mexico and Central and South America that I've done twice in the city, and I'm doing it again. So, reach out to me if you want to be part of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Meissner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to remind folks that our alternative energy provider, if I can say that, MCE Clean Energy, their website is www.mcecleanenergy.org. Because they're a nonprofit, they use any profits to invest back into the community. And if you go to their website, you can find there's programs for people. You can get energy-saving devices, even solar panels at some point. And anyway, Councilmember Lara Diaz, I think we're going to try and organize MCE Clean Energy to be at her event and try to organize them to be at the Sanayan. And I also want to see if I can find, if anybody knows who organizes Juneteenth, I'd like to see them go there too, to really get to the community with their, because people aren't going to go to the website, and sometimes they mistrust these, people from Marin, whatever. And so if they're at our community events, I think it'll be much more beneficial to get these really great supportive programs out to our community, because that's the benefit of being part of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
And if you know anybody, I'm sorry, if there are other events, if anybody knows, please let me know.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think first off, I did want to acknowledge the passing of John Silva, the employee that we lost, a young man, lost at an early age. And I think that for me, attending his funeral was definitely a reminder that the work that he's done for our community and the work that, these nameless, faceless people we don't see every day, but are working their behinds off to help this city and this community move forward. And it was very moving. And my condolences to his family. And I, definitely encourage all of us, and I appreciate the work the senior staff is doing to support his family. And I did want to say I do appreciate all of you. I think that we did do a good job tonight in figuring out a way that we can work together. I do apologize for whatever part I played in more chaos, but I will say forever, anytime anyone attacks, I consider the three matriarchs of this council, Councilmember Meissner, Vice Mayor Verderliga, and Councilmember Pippin Dew. No, I'm so serious. You all are some of the greatest leaders that I've ever met, and we haven't always agreed on everything. I've said me and Katie have had some real good debates, but over the years, I really have to say it's been very impressive to watch you all operate behind the scenes, in front of everyone. You guys care. You've never taken a bribe. You guys care and are going to be passionate, but really care about this community. And it's made me grow up a little bit. And I think, I don't know, you guys feel like you guys had to raise me a little bit over here. But I just appreciate it. And I do apologize, but I will speak up every single time people attack you all, because you don't deserve it. But I really appreciate that we were able to at least come together and move forward on some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just a report from the Napa Vallejo Waste Management Board, and as of January 1st, everybody is compelled to be recycling green waste, which means all of your household food items. And the enforcement of that will probably be picking up substantially. So to you who have a green barrel at home, please start making sure you put all of your food waste in it. But also, more especially to the commercial establishments that are much more expanded as to who has to recycle green waste now. The state is moving towards becoming quite heavy-handed, and the city is studying with the Waste Management Board what it will cost. The projections of increase in rates are as high as 30 to 40%. That's the bad news. The other, of course, is that since January 1st, pressure-treated lumber is now a hazardous waste, which means you can't put it in your garbage cans anymore. It has to be going to a hazardous waste dump, and that means it has to be taken out to the facilities, and they will in turn transport it to the hazardous waste dump hundreds of miles from here. So no more pressure-treated wood lumber in your home recycle cans. They'll start kicking it out on the street. And with that, we are adjourned at 12:38. Thank you so much.